No more gathering of tears, no more hopeless empty fears, never again.
Well, hello to all from Los Angeles. I hope it's a beautiful day in your part of the world. Thank you for joining us for Grace's 10th annual Women in Pain Conference. This is our first ever virtual conference, and we're abundantly glad to have you here. My name is John Garrett, Director at For Grace, an organization passionately dedicated to promoting better care and wellness for women challenged by chronic pain. In years past, our conference themes have included finding your tribe, pain takes a vacation, the power of the comeback, reframe your pain, reclaim your life, and many more. This year's focus is the pain-cancer connection. It's a first-of-its-kind event taking on both pain and cancer at the same time, and it's inspired by our founder, Cynthia Toussaint's 2020 bout with breast cancer. Despite the challenges of going into chemo in the early stages of a worldwide pandemic, I am very pleased to report that Cynthia's cancer treatment met its objectives, and she is doing well, as you will shortly see. Now, the main goal of this gathering today is to bring awareness and education about the connection between chronic pain and cancer, and what wellness seekers of both can do for better health outcomes and well-being. The commonly understood intersection between pain and cancer is the late stage of malignancy, where cancer cells invade bone and soft tissue organs, often causing terrible pain. As this conference's roster of world-class speakers will point out, there are other areas of intersectionality. Specifically, we'll examine how the inflammation of chronic pain can lead to cancer, and how many cancer treatments can spark persistent pain. Also, we'll share how wellness seekers can be their own best advocates for clinical care and examine the short and long-term benefits of integrative care. We'll look at the real-life experience of being confronted with pain and/or cancer, and the importance of shedding the identity of patient and moving forward with new life force. After the introductory part of our day, the conference will launch into 4 themed sessions that will take a deep dive into the pain-cancer connection experience. First up, our problem session will explain how pain and cancer are connected and the trials and tribulations that intersection causes. Next will be our solutions section that will explore in great detail the myriad of paths one can take to better care and wellness despite the challenges of these 2 formidable health conditions. Then, our experience session will share real-life tips and wisdoms from folk who know the pain-cancer connection firsthand. Last, during our moving on session, we'll learn how movement, both physical and mental, is vital for overcoming pain and cancer, and how the power of change can be a catalyst for resilience and reinvention. But before we head off into our sessions, we have a trio of presenters that will shine a bright light on the pain-cancer connection from their unique perspective. First up, Cynthia Toussaint will share how her recent bout with aggressive breast cancer gave her insight into our broken healthcare system and how she overcame the adversity by taking control. Then comedian Anna Pollard will spin a witty tale on the self-help movement and how it sometimes comes up short in the help department. Finally, SIMSMAN UCLA Center for Integrative Oncology chaplain Michael Esselman will provide a moving meditation about the power of loss and letting go. One quick shout out before I let you go. Please take a few moments to appreciate the amazing art work that accompanies each of our slides today. All that inspiring awesomeness comes from Woman in Pain and extraordinary artist Radine Marie Cook, who never ceases to amaze with her colorful illumination of the pain experience. Thank you, Radine, for your phenomenal gift of talent and passion. As with Radine, everyone presenting and participating today have volunteered their time. We are humbled and in awe. Okay, one last thing. For our live Q&A session at noon Pacific, submit your questions here. And though we appreciate all of them, we can only select a few to field here on our YouTube channel. Okay, so I've said enough. I have said enough. Let's now plunge headfirst into the pain-cancer connection, the good, the bad, the awe-inspiring, and the hope-filled. Pull up a chair, grab a hot beverage of your preference, and without further ado, here's the unsinkable Cynthia Toussaint.
Good morning and welcome to For Grace's 10th annual Women in Pain Conference, the Pain Cancer Connection. Okay, well, I admit I'm not a big fan of virtual. I am so glad that we found a way to be together on this enlightening and inspirational day. Before I get into my story, I want to send a big shout out of gratitude to California Senator Maria Elena Durazo for authoring For Grace's 18th annual resolution this year, proclaiming September as Pain Awareness Month and September 24th, that's today, as Women in Pain Awareness Day here in the Golden State. Bravo, Senator Durazo. Woohoo! Okay. Now on to the serious stuff. When I first felt the lump in my breast in 2018, I decided it was a cyst. It had to be a cyst because cancer treatment for a person who'd experienced high impact pain for 37 years is not an option. In fact, I didn't tell my doctor about the lump for at least a year. When I did, I not only quickly heard the word malignant, I also heard the words triple negative breast cancer. This is a very rare and aggressive form of breast cancer. Indeed, as is my way, I hit the jackpot. While it may sound odd to you, probably worse than finding out that I had aggressive cancer was realizing that I had to re-enter the Western healthcare system, a system that for 37 years had done nothing but fail me and make me sicker. In fact, I'd happily switched to integrative care about a dozen years prior, and I swore I would never look back. Re-entering this, as I refer to it, maze of hell, I was immediately told that I must be BRCA positive because my cancer was so aggressive. I didn't think that I was because cancer doesn't run in my family, but nonetheless did all of the genetic testing. I remember getting the phone call from the genetic doctor sharing the good news that not only was I BRCA negative, I was negative for all of the 100 plus genetic mutations they tested me for. Then the doctor cryptically shared, that being said, I have no way to explain your triple negative breast cancer. So my next stop was my longtime pain doctor. When I gave him my impossible dilemma, I was kind of stunned that he wasn't stumped in the least. He reminded me that I'd spent my entire life with the trauma, next year's conference, of trying to fix my dysfunctional family, and that toll, along with 37 years of inflammation from complex regional pain syndrome, were what gave me triple negative breast cancer. It was that simple and scary. To the dismay of my Western doctors who continuously threatened a horrible death if I delayed treatment, I spent the next 6 months educating myself about triple negative and its treatments. And at the risk of spoiling the ending, I can't help but mention that my tumor actually shrunk during that time. I was not at all sure that I could choose to fight because if I survived, I wanted to survive with a decent quality of life. Because of running for grace, I was acutely aware that cancer treatment often leaves patients with a lifetime of high impact pain. And if you start where I was 37 years into it, it seemed the only outcome would be full-on catastrophe. My whole mindset changed when I went to see my integrative doctor. In contrast to the fear-based Western medicine model, he was calm and kind, mindful and attentive. He told me that we were going to take on my cancer diagnosis like every other diagnosis. He also told me not to look at my survival odds as they weren't my numbers because I was going to do everything integratively. I exhaled and left that appointment feeling hope for the very first time. After another month of research, I decided that for me, there was only one way to have a chance to survive my cancer and to survive it well. I was convinced that surgery and or radiation would likely destroy my life due to my CRPS. So I had to achieve what's known as a complete clinical response. This is the ultimate goal of chemotherapy. Those were my actual bags. And it means that the tumor cannot be detected with imaging. And if I got that complete response, I was going to take the leap that my cancer was gone and move on with my life. Determined to achieve a complete clinical response, I carefully crafted my integrative chemo game plan. This included lower and slower dosing, making a game time decision every week, depending on whether or not I felt my body was strong enough for an infusion, and when it wasn't, taking a break, weekly acupuncture, and passing on Neulasta, a drug that keeps your blood count higher, at the cost of excruciating bone pain. That, and I diligently practiced positive lifestyle choices to keep my terrain healthy. These included daily exercise. Yep, there I am, bald in my favorite place. A cancer-hostile diet and good hydration. Excellent sleep hygiene, always with my kitty or both of them. And stress management. At last, I became an expert at stress management. Before chemo, I was advised by my Western care team that the goal was to kill the cancer, to eat it up like Pac-Man. That absolutely did not resonate. None of what they said did. And I chose a totally different approach. For several months leading up to chemo, I practiced a self-designed ritual, one of love and gratitude. Every day, I circled myself with amulets. These included things like angels, stones, jewelry, and feathers that loved ones had given me for my fight. Inside my circle, I felt protected and powerful. First, I prayed and I spoke to my amulets along with the loved ones who'd gifted them. Then I did a mindfulness guided meditation, usually about self-healing. And I ended each hour-and-a-half session by talking to my cancer. I sent it gratitude for the lessons it had taught me. And I told it unequivocally that I'd made the decision for it to leave my body, and I envisioned it doing so with love, so much love. My tumor disappeared by examination during week 1 of chemotherapy. The doctors are still trying to figure this out. And my first MRI showed that I'd achieved a complete clinical response. Oddly, my Western doctors weren't enthusiastic about my success. In fact, they seemed downright disappointed, insisting that if I didn't complete the full 6 rounds of chemo, along with surgery and radiation, I would die. And they often went into detail about how that would look and feel. Not good for my terrain. Radiation, as I previously mentioned, was off the table, and all studies that John and I found showed that if I did not do the follow-up standard of care surgery, I had a slightly better chance of survival. When I shared these studies with my integrative doctor, he kind of grinned from ear to ear, stating, every woman in your position, not just those with CRPS, should be talking about de-escalating treatment. And when I chose no surgery, he shared, you made the right decision, Cynthia, every which way, which became my mantra for survival. While I was ecstatic, my Western team was livid. 3 months later, my follow-up imaging was clean, and all looked good at 6 months when the first imaging doctor, a fellow, said I was good to go. When the attending radiologist walked in, though, I immediately sensed big trouble as she was stern and agitated. In quick order, she scolded me for doing everything wrong, then yelled, your cancer has returned and you have to have surgery immediately. Stunned and horrified, my first thought was, how could my integrative doctor and all of the studies have been wrong? A week later, my integrative doctor, the man who had been my 15-year healer and hero, the man who who I believe saved my life, called and dropped me as his patient. He didn't give a reason. With the help of 2 psychologist colleagues, I quickly deduced that because this doctor works in the same huge medical system as the ones who were giving me cancer care, the higher-ups didn't appreciate his interference and got rid of the problem. So at that point, wow, though I had an explanation, I was left with no one in the system that I trusted. I was in deep depression from all of the medical betrayal, and my cancer had returned. Soon after, I asked my oncologist to order a CT PET scan. I was confused that he hadn't already done this, because when you get a cancer recurrence, one of the first things you do is get full imaging to see if the cancer has spread. That CT PET scan showed that I was cancer-free, no recurrence. But my oncologist dismissed that assessment, saying that my cancer was too small to show up. Well, that didn't make sense, because when triple negative recurs, it generally does so quickly and much more aggressively. In quick order, my doctor ordered multiple panels of blood work, and though he didn't mention it, when I checked online for the results and saw that my markers for breast cancer came back negative, I started to seriously question the recurrence diagnosis and demanded a second opinion. Amazingly, that was refused. The reason being, and I quote, "Whether you have a malignancy or not, you have to do the surgery." Stunning. And I got the F out of there fast. I found a young female oncologist at City of Hope who gave me a second opinion MRI and reported, and I quote again, "No matter how hard our doctors tried, Cynthia, they just couldn't find any cancer." Mine is a cautionary tale. Beware of greedy doctors, hospitals, and their money-making unnecessary procedures and surgeries. Remember that the breast cancer industry doesn't always put patients before profit. The topic of this conference is extremely important, and my sisters and I chose it for 3 reasons. First, we want all of you with pain, cancer, or both to know about the connection between these 2 diseases. Pain with all of its inflammation can lead to cancer, and cancer treatment often leads to pain. Second, no matter your disease, you don't have to devoutly follow the conventional care rules. You don't have to be trapped in the fear-based Western healthcare model. Instead, like me, you can get informed, follow your gut, refuse to be rushed and bullied into decisions, be your own advocate, make your own choices, and do what's right for you. And last, we hope that all of you will consider the integrative care model. It puts you in the driver's seat of healing, and along with traditional therapies, offers many non-invasive treatment options to complement standard care. It's safer, less painful, provides a better outcome, and you will be believed throughout every step of your wellness journey. This choice might very well save your quality of life, and indeed, your life. It did mine. Oh my gosh, my hair's growing back. I'm a sucker for a happy ending. I hope you are too. I really love this one. And hey, enjoy the great comedy coming up by Badass Woman in Pain, Anna Pollock, and this entire amazing, one-of-a-kind day. I love you, dearest sisters, for making the magic happen once again. In a word, wow. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and I will see you very soon.
Hey everybody, my name is Anna, and I have lived with chronic migraines, ovarian cysts, endometriosis, arthritis, and fibromyalgia since I was about 14. So it's fair to say that I did not peak in high school. It's hard to be popular when you're in and out of urgent care. I am currently peaking at 47 because now that I'm menopausal, my ovarian cysts and migraines have magically gone away. So 21 years of doctors didn't really help. It just took menopause. So I'm currently in the process of peaking. So enjoy. Um, Doctors have said some really ridiculous things to me over the years. Will you look fine? Like, oh, okay, I didn't realize I have to look like Nosferatu to get some care around here. I was hot for a while in the 90s, but apparently that worked against me at the doctor. I've heard, well, if I recommend medical marijuana, I'll lose my license. I can give you Dilaudid. What do you mean it's really addictive? I've heard you're too young to have all these problems. But I'm getting a lot less of that now that I'm 47. So aging isn't all that bad. I even get called ma'am sometimes now. I went to see somebody for my abdominal pain and I was told, are you a worrier? You should just go get a massage. I mean, I'm not going to run any further tests on you. Just try to relax. But saying terrible things is not exclusive to Western medicine because I did go get a massage and the massage therapist said, well, you really need to think about what you're doing to make all these ovarian cysts welcome into your life. Maybe you just like the attention. I'm like, the attention? Oh, great. Multiple abdominal surgeries have made me the belle of the ball. When I show up in the ER, they're always so happy to see me and they spend a lot of time rubbing my feet with essential oils because there's nothing like overworked healthcare workers with compassion fatigue to hang out with. They never withhold pain medication because they think I'm faking. You guys might know who Louise Hay is. She wrote a very popular book in the 90s where you look up an illness and she'd tell you what was wrong with you that caused it and give you an affirmation to say. And I was really sad when I found out that she passed away because I never got the chance to mug her in an elevator. Her book was just brutal. It was just heartless judgment. She's just blaming people for their illnesses so that people can insulate themselves from the fact that there's chaos in the universe. There's just consequences for being bad at being a person. According to her, migraine headaches are the dislike of being driven, resisting the flow of life, sexual fears. I was 19, so I thought, oh, does this mean I need to learn how to masturbate? So I did. Didn't help the migraines. Nice bonus, didn't help the migraines. According to her, miscarriage is caused by fear of the future and inappropriate timing. I had my son in 2008. I was terrified the entire time I was pregnant with him. And the worst thing that happened was heartburn and hemorrhoids. Now, according to her, hemorrhoids are caused by a fear of deadlines, anger at the past, and being afraid to let go. Not, I don't know, pushing a person out your lady business. So it's like you feel bad, but you deserve it because you're an asshole. I assure you that a baby is not a reward for having your shit together. If that were true, Chuck E. Cheese would be a ghost town. If that were true, I would not have the joy of parenting a 13-year-old that sent his pizza rolls back last night because I served them too hot. According to Louise Hay, cancer is caused by long-standing resentments, deep secret or grief eating away at the self, carrying hatreds. And the reason I know that's not true is because I am the angriest person I know. If anger caused cancer, I would just be a 450-pound tumor. I wouldn't fit through doorways. I'd have to buy 3 seats on an airplane. I would just be a screaming tumor in the emergency exit row going, where are my little pretzels? And according to Louise Hay, according to her bio, she cured herself of cervical cancer by refusing medical treatment and curing herself with a regimen that included nutrition, reflexology, and forgiveness. So remember, you have to process your trauma her way or you're going to die. Also, fuck science. I always wanted to kick Louise Hay in the shins while yelling, "Why are you making me do this, Louise? Why did you invite me into your life? Say an affirmation to make me stop kicking you." She died in a Calabasas mansion at age 90 of, quote, natural causes. I would love to know what specifically killed her so I could take it out for a cheesecake and a hand job. Oh, was it your rejection of your femininity? Let's go. I'm taking you out for a night on the town. These garbage ideas are not exclusive to New Age influencers. Mainstream medicine also loves to call women crazy. The antidepressant Effexor gave me a seizure that put me in the hospital for a week. And my psychiatrist said, "I guess you just weren't ready to be not depressed." Not because seizures are a documented side effect of a very strong medication. My mother had a minor stroke in 2004. She was told, "If you keep smoking and drinking, you are going to die." She quit neither. So I want to be really clear. It is wrong and unforgivable to blame someone for their illness. Unless it's my mom, because Barbara has had it coming. She would always say, "I started smoking before they knew it was bad for you." Like they magically made it not bad for her, like she got grandfathered in. My mom is like the General Lee from the Dukes of Hazzard. She's not the handsome young brothers who don't mean no harm. She is their 1969 Dodge Charger that against all odds seems to survive every insane feat. It'll jump over the river. It'll jump over the rock quarry. It'll jump over a line of police cars because my mother has smoked and drank for 60 years and she just keeps going. They say she has rewritten the rules for hospice. She is 78. She has tongue cancer, heart failure, COPD, and emphysema, and I think she's going to outlive me. Can she leap over the rock quarry? Yes. Will she try to smoke a cigarette while her oxygen is on? Probably. I think my mother is going to go out with a bang. That's my time, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Anna Pollock.
Good morning. The well-known Buddhist author and teacher, Pema Chodron, offers us this in her book, When Things Fall Apart. I used to have a sign pinned to my wall that read, "Only to the extent that we expose ourselves over and over to annihilation can that which is indestructible be found in us." It was all about letting go of everything. I invite you to think about 4 or 5 things that make you who you are. That if anyone is going to know you at all, they're going to know these 4 or 5 things about you. That you're a gifted athlete, a talented artist, that maybe you're passionate about politics or your faith community, or you're a devoted grandparent, or you're known for your beautiful physique and your great head of hair. That would be me. Imagine none of that is true anymore, or not in the same way. Who would you even be then? Is there an essential you who dwells beneath all of those labels with which we might identify, all those hats we might wear? What's more, is he or she worthy of love? Is he or she capable of giving love? As painful as it may be to entertain those questions, they do reflect the most profound spiritual journey through loss, toward essence, if you will, that which is indestructible. It's a journey that so many cancer patients must take in a compressed, accelerated kind of way, watching piece by piece of one's identity just fall away. If I'm no longer the super mom who never misses a soccer game or a birthday party, who would I even be then? Am I even still a mom? The thing is, it's a journey we all must take. Life affords us each that guarantee. We will all lose everything. Everything that we are, everything that we have, everything that we love. How do we make peace with that? Is it even possible? I sometimes wonder if one measure of living a successful life might just lie within our capacity to come to peace with the inevitability of loss, a new relationship with loss. What's more, might that peace even be seen as a kind of gift, giving us a glimpse every now and then into that which is indestructible? The Buddhists would advise us to be well practiced at letting go, that grasping, holding on, clinging are sure pathways to suffering. As an illustration, we only have to look at how many of us are coping with this pandemic. I just want my old life back. When can we get back to normal? When is this going to be over? I'm an avid swimmer. I swim every day. I remember last March when my gym announced that because of the virus, they would be closing down for up to 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I can't live without the gym for 2 weeks. Oh, yeah? Just wait. I hear similar sentiments often from newly diagnosed cancer patients. Can't we just go back to 6 weeks ago before all of this happened? The thing is, it's a kind of paradox, actually, that while holding on does indeed lead to suffering, I find that there's also life force in it, in the striving, in the yearning, in the longing. Chemo infusion clinics are filled with patients who have signed up for guaranteed suffering, for the possibility of more time, more life. Universities are filled with students investing in, striving for, creating a future. When we're young, the future is almost a character in our own biography, a member of the family. Look at how much attention and intention we invest in the future. It animates our lives. It shapes so many of the decisions that we make. As we get older, possibility diminishes right along with the future, and the past becomes a far richer member of the family. Memory, stories that might soothe us or give us peace, stories that might explain us to ourselves, or stories that might just as soon haunt us, but either way, stories that provide the possibility of meaning. In the saddest irony, some of us will even lose those in time. How do we make peace with that? Is there any meaning at all to be found in all that we will lose? I am not so arrogant as to think I have any answers at all. What I have are stories, my own and those of countless patients I've been privileged to walk beside, patients whom I would just as soon call my teachers. I also have a growing faith at this stage of my life that moving closer toward any paradox and holding the space for two competing realities to be true might just offer a pathway to peace, if not wisdom. April was a great gal, mid-40s, vibrant, professional, a wife, a mom, 2 great kids. She also had this exceedingly rare, exceedingly lethal cancer diagnosis that happened to be horribly disfiguring. When the doctors gave her that awful assessment, nothing more to be done, she greeted that news with this kind of clarity and profundity. Michael, I'm dying. I know that. It's the truth. But you know what? It's only one truth of many truths. Her openness to that statement, her willingness for it to shape the remainder of her days was truly something to behold. I've also walked beside those who so valiantly cling to those 1 or 2 aspects of their identity that without them life simply wouldn't be worth living. That clinging actually keeps them going, gives their life some meaning and purpose. There's the passionate professor who, by any reasonable measure, should never have been in a classroom, given how weak and immunocompromised she was. And yet, even her oncologist saw the truth here. I see that you're a teacher and that this is what you got to do. So go teach. Just be careful, okay? I remember meeting a young mom in her 30s in a hospital not long before she died. She was busy writing a journal, keeping letters and things to give to her daughter to be read, her 11-year-old daughter, into the distant future. Oh, that's so lovely, I said. No, it's not, she said. I'm just nagging her into the future. Still just being a mom. To the very end. Sometimes it might even be an object that we cling to as some kind of remnant of an aspect of ourselves we just can't release. Maybe an old army uniform or a wedding dress, maybe an old ID badge from a long-gone career. Over the last few years of my mom's life, she was acutely aware that things would be wrapping up soon. And so she earnestly took to clearing out, cleaning out every drawer, cabinet, closet, letting go so we wouldn't have to. Once death finally came, things had been pretty much sifted down to the bare essentials, except for boxes and boxes, acres and acres of family photos, cards, letters, and a few tattered newspapers with historic headlines, JFK assassinated, that sort of thing. That last Saturday that we were packing up what was left of her life, I made a final pass through her bedroom closet. And I looked up in the darkness. In the corner, high on the top shelf, there was a hat box. How had we missed that? I pulled it out and opened it, and I felt this searing stab of grief and wonder. It was the hat. This hat that had become legendary in my memory. Her Donna Reed hat, I called it. She looked just like her when she wore it. It was a little pillbox covered in champagne silk leaves, each one tipped with a teeny seed pearl. She bought the hat, I remember, to go with a light blue brocade suit that she would wear to her best friend Janet's second wedding in Las Vegas, maybe 1962 or so. My mom was quite the glamorous dresser in her day. Earlier that afternoon, in fact, we had come upon the photo of the small wedding party, still in the original folder from the Desert Inn. There my mom and dad were at the dining table, looking so handsome, so beautiful, so young. My mom was the only one with a hat. That hat. I also knew that under the table were the most stunning pair of pointed-toe gold lame stilettos. I had always been fascinated, obsessed really with my mom's high heels, surreptitiously trying them on. Even I knew better than to mess with those. But here it was, she had kept it. Although we had reminisced often about those years, even about that outfit, she never let on that she had kept the hat. For decades, decades, and decades, after letting go and saying goodbye to everything and everyone else, she held on to that hat. Why? Did she need it as some kind of touchstone, as evidence, as proof that that was real? Because that hat is there in that dark corner of the closet, some souvenir of a dimension of herself she just couldn't surrender. It leaves me to wonder, what object will I cling to for no sensible reason? As some kind of placeholder for some version of myself I will always want to claim as a part of my essence, that which is indestructible. I don't know. What about you? David Foster Wallace says that everything I let go of has my claw marks on it. There are those who adapt quite well to loss, finding a new identity or maybe even a new version of the old one. Randy was a great guy. Mid-50s, advanced colon cancer. I had so many wonderful conversations with him over the last few years of his life. Not long before he died, I was walking him out of the clinic. We were still chatting when we got out into the hallway, and up walks another patient, gingerly making her way to the entrance of the clinic. She's on a walker. Randy says, "Just a minute, Michael." And he goes and he holds the door for her. Big smile on his face. "There you go, sweetheart." He came back to me and he said, "You see there, Michael, the way I see it, that's what I do now. To be kind. That's what I do." Now, Randy's professional life was one that had been animated by intense financial pressure, stress, competition, commercial real estate. It had all been refined, distilled now down to that as one who shows kindness. Cancer had robbed him of so much, but it hadn't taken away that career opportunity. It didn't rob him of that place to still find meaning. Kate, in her early 60s, was newly diagnosed with a recurrence of breast cancer, now stage 4. Kate was quite a spiritual seeker, an artist, a musician. She played cello in a local chamber orchestra. While raised an Episcopalian, she converted to Judaism much later in life, but not because of marriage or any such conventional reason, but because she said, "I love the humor in Judaism, and besides, there's no hell." She also loved the questioning nature inherent in Jewish study. Any articulation about who or what is God, how does prayer work, what happens after we die, was simply left undefined because she experienced her spirituality in community. playing music in community, praying in community. She didn't pray when she was alone. She also shared with me that she had been a survivor of childhood sexual assault, an experience that left deep wounds, to be sure, but not the least of which was a crippling fear of dying. And the essence of that fear was, Michael, what if I just disappear? There it is, ultimate loss, disappearance. I asked Kate if she'd ever had what any of us would call a peak spiritual experience. Oh, yes, she said, playing a big, lush piece of music like Handel's Messiah. I got to play that once in Cleveland, full orchestra, full chorus, the works. It was transcendent to be in the center of the creation of all that music, to be enveloped by it. Kate, you just told me that your biggest fear would be that you disappear, and yet your peak spiritual experience is one in which you disappear, if you will, into the creation of that music. It couldn't possibly be about you and your cello in that moment, and yet without you and your cello, the music would have been different. What if dying is like that? What if the other side is like that, surrendering into this larger harmonic reality in which our voice is just an intricate, inextricable piece of the whole? She sighed into that. She exhaled into that. Sometimes we might need to summon our imagination, come up with new metaphors and images when we find ourselves immobilized by the fear of loss. I love to hike, and for decades I have made a nearly annual pilgrimage to Yosemite because there's one hike there that has simply given me my life back more times than I could count, often times of great distress. About a dozen years ago, I came upon such a time, devastation really, spiritual crisis, in fact, which I would define as a time of great loss. Everything I had believed in and trusted had collapsed right out from under me. At first I thought, maybe you ought to head back to Yosemite, do that hike. Maybe you should try to transcend it, climb out of it. It just didn't feel right. And the more I thought, you've always wanted to go to the Grand Canyon. Hike to the bottom, you're not getting any younger. What if you hike down into this crisis, into the earth, rather than try to climb out of it? What might be there for you? So that's what I did. For any of you who have ever made that descent, you know how staggering it is. And the wisdom that came to me was so clear, concise, profound. The Grand Canyon is only grand because of what's been lost, what's been taken away, not because of one thing that's been added. One particle of soil at a time letting go, losing itself to the water over the span of 5 million years. Swept away by something so simple as water. I spent that night at the Phantom Ranch at the bottom of the canyon. It's a charming, historic, albeit Spartan compound, dormitory-like cabins, communal dining room. That night, the lovely gentleman who served us dinner asked for our attention before we dug in, wanting to offer us a kind of blessing or invocation. My friends, I want to welcome you here. And I hope that while you're here, you take some time to be still, to be quiet, to feel the power of this place, the majesty of it, the sacredness of it. It's like Mecca or Jerusalem for the native people. And he went on to say, no matter how hard it was for you to hike down here today, going up tomorrow is going to be so much easier. Of course, there were incredulous groans from around the dining room. Yeah, right. And if not, he said, rejoice, rejoice, you got no choice. I love that. I come back to it again and again as a kind of mantra. Rejoice, rejoice, you got no choice. What if, like the Grand Canyon, we are being carved out for our grandeur, hollowed out by loss, so that that which is indestructible might be revealed to us? Sure, let's savor each vista, cherish each moment, hold on, you bet. But with an oh-so-light touch and a willingness at any moment to let go, except perhaps for that one thing. So be it.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here and to participate in this wonderful conference that I've been part of for several years now. And I want to thank John and Cynthia and the For Grace team for the great work they do and for the information they get out to help so many people in suffering. And the topic they've asked me to talk about today is one that is near and dear to my heart because I have a lot of patients and also family members that have been in pain and that have had cancer or have cancer. And so I've had over the years the need to really look at the underlying components of both what contributes to both pain and cancer and how we can alleviate that. They've asked me to talk about some of the problems, but I'm a physician, primary care physician. I can't help but talk a little bit about the solutions, but I hope in this talk it'll give you sort of a coherent way of thinking about pain, cancer, inflammation, and how it can be addressed through this sort of central biological mechanisms that contribute to both. Let me just point out that I have no financial conflict with anything I'm going to say here. I'm funded by the Samueli Foundation, nonprofit foundation in California. They fund me in order to get good information out that's evidence-based and focused on healing and integrative health. And so everything you're going to see is something that they've supported my efforts to do, and everything that you're going to see in terms of resources are freely available through my website, which I'll show you in a bit. Just a brief background. I know there's an introduction before this, but I'm a family physician. I was in the military for many years, saw a variety of types of patients. I ran the Office of Alternative Medicine at the National Institutes of Health, where I got interested in the so-called alternative or complementary or integrative or non-pharmacological approaches and doing research in that. Had the great opportunity to teach research at Walter Reed, to look at traditional medical practices from around the world at the WHO, and continue to see patients. I am on the faculty at the Uniformed Services University and at Georgetown University, and I see patients at Fort Belvoir Community Hospital, especially those with chronic pain and many with cancer. So again, it's a great pleasure to be able to take that information and get it out through For Grace. What I'd like to do over the next 15 to 20 minutes is hopefully get information to you that helps you learn the following. First, to understand how chronic inflammation is connected to cancer. Second, understand how chronic inflammation is connected to pain, because it's connected to both of those. Explore a few solutions that can help with managing pain, inflammation, and explain how to take an integrative, or what I call a whole person approach to pain, inflammation, and cancer. And then we'll point you to some resources that you can get and begin to use right away tomorrow. Let me start first with the basics of inflammation, okay? First of all, inflammation is something that is very important for your survival and your healing. During inflammation, the body releases blood cells, especially white blood cells, and a variety of other chemicals, sometimes called cytokines. You've probably heard that term, cytokine storm, in the COVID pandemic. It's one of the things that causes damage. And those chemicals then, the goal of which is to surround the area of injury and to help it heal, to protect ourselves from foreign bodies that might come in from that, as well as then repair the process. Acute inflammation is what does this. It's short term, and you all have probably experienced this with redness, warmth, swelling, and pain around the tissues and the joints in response to an illness or an injury. That usually lasts only necessarily as long to heal and resolve the condition, but if it doesn't, then it goes on to something called chronic inflammation. And this is inflammation that persists for 3 to 6 months or more after an acute illness or injury heals, when it no longer serves the purpose of resolving the acute situation, but it continues to cause
inflammation and damage. Now, as necessary as inflammation is, and much of it is good, as I've pointed out, too much can often be bad. And here's a quote by Robert Shimmerly from Harvard University, pointing out that the goal is to recognize when inflammation is simply doing its job, and you want to let it do that job, or when it can potentially cause problems. And it's that lever there, that point when it goes from acute inflammation to chronic inflammation, when that usually happens. How does that happen? Well, there's an injury or an infection or sometimes an illness that uses the immune system to resolve it. Cancer is one of those. The body recognizes that the cancer is not something it wants around, and it sends the same inflammatory and immune cells to the site as if it were an injury, if it's functioning properly, to get rid of the cancer. If, however, the immune system continues to send cells and chemicals to this area, even after it's been resolved, or in the case of cancer, after the cancer has blocked the ability to have it resolved, then over time it causes damage to healthy cells and organs in the surrounding area. And this chronic inflammatory process, or systemic chronic inflammation, is what causes the damage and what contributes then both to subsequent cancers as well as chronic pain. So why should we care about chronic inflammation? Well, first of all, it is essentially putting the immune system into overdrive. And as I've pointed out, we don't want it in overdrive all the time, only during the acute times. And we don't want it attacking the other tissues in the area of the damage, or that can cause diseases. And often that's very specific. The inflammation in a particular organ will cause an organ-specific damage, and that can lead to multiple diseases. And one of the things that has been revealed in the last really 10 to 15 years is that this chronic inflammatory process in the body can contribute to multiple diseases. And you see here down at the bottom of the slide a list of some of those diseases in which they have demonstrated that chronic inflammation contributes to, or in many cases may cause. And notice that cancer and pain are primary on that list. This is a slide that I think illustrates both the causes, the consequences, and some of the potential solutions for managing systemic chronic inflammation. This was published in a comprehensive overview of the role of chronic inflammation in disease in a very prominent journal several years ago called Nature Medicine. And what you see on the left-hand side are some of the causes of chronic inflammation in black. And I've circled some that they point out are causing chronic inflammation that are modifiable. They're easily changeable in our life, and therefore they provide solutions to addressing chronic inflammation: physical activity, diet, isolation, and chronic stress, and disturbed sleep. And I'm going to point to resources that we have for addressing that. When chronic inflammation is high, it leads to the things on the right-hand side. And as you can see, it's multiple types of conditions, including cancer and chronic pain, which is not on this list, but is also one of the contributing factors. So keep this slide in mind as we go into talk about both the underlying link between inflammation, cancer, and pain, and the underlying solution, which is to address these causes on the left-hand side. Let me talk a little bit more about inflammation and cancer. And I know this is a complicated slide, but I'll break it down for you very simply. Tumor development is in the center of this slide. And if you look at the left-hand side, you see external inflammatory, environmentally caused components, including dietary components. Those lead to mutations, genetic instability, tumor promotion, and other things to tumor development. On the right-hand circle, we see chronic inflammation from internal diseases like autoimmunity or other chronic diseases, and those also lead to those same mutations, genomic instability, tumor promotion. On the bottom, there are factors that interact between cancer and the immune system that we now realize are key to either the regression or promotion of cancer. There's an entire field, in fact, that has emerged in the last couple decades for cancer treatment called immuno-oncology that looks at the microenvironment and the communication between cancer cells and our immune system, showing how inflammation plays a key role in either propagating the tumor or, in many cases, resolving the tumor in these areas. Now, what the tumor does is that when the immune system starts to attack it, which a healthy immune system will do, it then tries to put up things that block that immune system or alter that in some way so that it can continue to perpetuate. And then finally, at the top of this slide, there are inflammatory causes produced by the way we treat cancer or therapy-induced inflammation. And this can also cause persistence of inflammation, chronic pain, and in some cases, a continuation of the cancer if it doesn't kill the cancer. Chronic pain also has an intimate relationship with inflammation. Chronic pain is defined as pain that persists beyond the normal healing time of an injury. So just like inflammation, chronic pain also is something that is useful when you need it. Your hand on a hot stove, a cut, stubbing your toe, getting pain is important to protect yourself in those situations. But if it goes beyond that, then, and in this case, the definition is more than 12 weeks, then it can cause suffering and problems. Currently, there are 7 classifications of different types of chronic pain, but what I'm going to point out to you that inflammation influences almost all of them, not all of them. I'll point out one where it's not a major factor, but you can see on the right-hand side these 7 classifications. Chronic primary pain, things like fibromyalgia, for example, chronic pain due to cancer, post-traumatic or surgical pain in which the body continues to respond as if there's an injury when there's no longer, neuropathic pain, which is pain that the nerves produce, and this is less connected to inflammation than the other types, and unfortunately that can occur from cancer treatment, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then things like chronic head and orophacial pain, visceral pain in your organs, and then musculoskeletal pain, which almost all of us suffer from at some point in our life, such as arthritis, low back pain, and that type of thing. Chronic pain also can result from and resolve from cancer therapy. Very often, if somebody has cancer, the underlying cancer is producing the pain. And so if you actually treat and resolve the cancer, the pain will go away. This is the ideal. But sometimes the pain itself and the location of the cancer do not correspond, and the treatment of the cancer does not resolve the chronic pain, and often inflammation is involved in this process. Sometimes the treatments themselves will also cause pain, and here's one of them. It's called neuropathic pain. Any of you out there that have had cancer are probably familiar with this, especially if you've had some of the medications that are listed in the bullets here, platinum drugs, taxanes, vinca alkaloids, and other types of things. These often will produce neurological damage, that's damage in the nerves, and that type of pain is a little different than other types of pain. It often produces numbness, tingling, anesthesia or paresthesias in the hands. Neuropathic pain doesn't only occur from chemotherapy and cancer treatment. It can also occur with other conditions, such as diabetes, for example, and low circulation. However, if the pain is due to some of these treatments, then there are things that your doctor can do to help alleviate or prevent neuropathic pain. That includes adjusting the dose of the treatment if you're on one of these medications. And there are certain other medications, as well as natural supplements and acupuncture, for example, that have been demonstrated in studies to reduce neuropathic pain if given along with treatment. So I'm often asked by patients, oh no, now you've added another thing I have to deal with. It's bad enough that I might have had cancer or have cancer and I have chronic pain, but now you're saying I have to deal with inflammation too? That's asked as like another thing to deal with, but what I want to point out as we move into the ways to deal with both of those things is understanding the link between inflammation, pain, and cancer actually provides you with a simpler way of addressing both chronic pain and cancer by addressing inflammation. So actually, you should say, finally, I have a way of simplifying this. It's not just another thing, but it is a core underlying factor. How do we do this? Well, we address those causes that I showed you on the nature medicine slide a little while ago that were on the left-hand side, and we do this by addressing the whole person and those factors that we know contribute to the inflammatory process. I do this through a process called the Hope Note, or an integrative health visit, it's called. And during one of those visits with patients, I go over the 4 dimensions that you see listed here. yes, what's going on in their body and the external environment, but then we also talk about the behavior and lifestyle approaches that can influence the inflammatory and other processes, the social and emotional components that always accompany these areas, and then what's important to them, the spiritual and the mental components, which really is at the center of why we live. The point of doing this, of an integrative whole person approach, is that by taking care of ourselves as a whole person, we can actually influence pain and cancer, and we don't just focus on the pain and the cancer. So we have increased tools in the toolbox for managing this by looking outside the normal treatments for pain and cancer. This is called an integrative approach. In the case of people with cancer, I call it integrative oncology. And it is the merger of conventional medicine, the pills and procedure you get from normal treatment, non-pharmacological approaches, non-drug approaches, and behavior and self-care, all delivered within the social and emotional context in which we live. It's that red sweet spot that links these three dimensions, that is integrative care, that you want to seek out and deliver for your own healing. Let me illustrate some of these from each of these, and I'll emphasize the self-care and the non-drug approaches, since most people, when they go into regular medicine, will get the conventional approaches. And what we want to do is merge these. In the self-care, let me point out mind-body approaches, exercise, diet, and sleep. Notice all of those were some of the underlying factors that lead to inflammation and therefore chronic pain and cancer. Also, there are some non-drug approaches. Sometimes those are called complementary and alternative medicine, or CAM approaches, such as massage, acupuncture, herbs, cannabis, palliative care, and supportive care in those areas, as well as the appropriate use of those with conventional care, including medications, and yes, including opioids when appropriate for the management of pain. The key issues here are summarized on the slide. This is the things you want to look for, and I'll show you in a little bit more detail. First is consume a diet that is vegetable-based and anti-inflammatory. And the most tested diet is the Mediterranean diet. We'll talk about that. Exercise and moving meditations are very useful, both for pain and for cancer in those areas. And depending upon your situation, sometimes requires guidance. But movement reduces inflammation, actually. Stress management through the relaxation response is key. You saw that as one of the contributing factors. And unfortunately, in modern medicine, we tend to dismiss this. We think the mind is weak in some way, but it isn't. It's extremely powerful. And if you engage in regular relaxation response, you can reduce inflammation, in many cases, more effectively even than a drug or a supplement. And then finally, getting sufficient and high quality sleep is key in those areas. Integrating things like massage, acupuncture, and other kinds of non-pharmacological approaches then can complement these factors and reduce pain and risk for cancer. Mindfulness interventions, here's a study in which they summarized a number of mindfulness types of stress reduction. That's a type of mind-body practice, and it influences both physical and psychological pain in these areas. And so it's one of those one-stop shops for the mind and the body in those areas. Here's some examples of those. When I have my integrative health visit, one of the questions that I ask during the HOPE discussion is, how is your stress and how do you relax? And here's some stress solutions that are on my website that are free, including educational handouts such as guided imagery, which is extremely helpful, breath work, moving meditation, music therapy, and journaling, all of which are mind-body practices in those areas. Many of these you can stream free, including the imagery components related to cancer and pain from my website, and I'll show you how to find those in a minute. There's many technologies that have now been developed to facilitate this process, and many of them are free. Mobile phone apps, biofeedback such as HeartMath. There's a 15-minute YouTube guided meditation that I've done that people find very powerful that you can get at that link from my website, as well as guided imagery. And one of my favorite is called Healthy Journeys by Bella Ruth Naprasak, who has perfected and tested many of her imagery approaches. In addition, sometimes stress management, especially with a serious illness like cancer or chronic pain, needs help. So sometimes referring to a behavioral health specialist, MBSR specialist, that's mindfulness-based stress reduction, mental health professional, massage, art therapy, and psycho-oncology can also be helpful. What I recommend to patients is that then they take these resources that I've pointed out here that are available anywhere and add their own community resources that they have in their local environment and as they discover ways to address this particular area. Food was another factor that can lead to inflammation or reduce inflammation, and there are many sources. If you have cancer or chronic pain, sometimes finding a nutritionist who has been educated about the anti-inflammatory components of food is very important. A functional nutritionist is useful in this. It's best to change diet in groups, and whether that's family member or joining a group visit, group cooking class, helps us learn and make the other changes that sometimes food changes are challenging to do. There's multiple education handouts that are on my website. I've listed some of them here. And on the right-hand side is a pyramid. You've seen the food pyramid of the USDA. Well, I prefer the Mediterranean diet food pyramid, which is here. And two great sources to get information about that are the Mayo Clinic website and Harvard School of Public Health, which both have practical tools for implementing the Mediterranean diet. Here's a link to a number of those food solutions. When I do an integrative health visit, the HOPE questions I ask are specifically about their diet. What did they eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner yesterday? Is often a good guide. And there's a pocket guide to the Mediterranean diet. I have specific recommendations on cancer prevention diet tips, nutrition, and pain also. This topic, as well as other things that support that. There are a number of trackers now that allow you to track what you eat and what you drink in those areas, which gives you a bird's eye view and a more objective and accurate view than just trying to recall what you did. And as I mentioned, referring to a nutritionist or specific group visits in your own local area is a helpful way to build your team. Movement is an amazing contributor to both temporary inflammation, but mostly long-term reduced anti-inflammation and altering the immune response. I know this is a detailed slide, but the point is that acute exercise repeated over regular periods of time actually produces ongoing antioxidant and anti-inflammatory processes and will reduce the risk of cancer as well as reduce side effects from treatment as well as reduce pain in those areas. And it doesn't really matter that much what the physical activity is. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see lots of different activities. The main thing is that we move. There are multiple movement solutions: endurance, strength, flexibility, and balance. I've listed a few of those here. So we've got a smorgasbord of opportunities in those areas to pick from. The point is simply move. Sometimes if you have severe pain or if you have cancer, you need to have your exercise or your movement customized. So getting an exercise prescription is important. Yoga, Tai Chi, and Qigong are very helpful. It's good to find somebody trained and certified in therapeutic yoga. And again, I have a guide on my website for doing that. Find a local resource. Join a club that moves, and this will help. There is a specific organization called Maple Tree Cancer Alliance that focuses on movement, activity, and exercise for people with cancer. Here's movement solutions from my website. I always ask in my integrative health visits with the HOPE questions, what's your activity level? What do you do for recreation? And here's a pocket guide on moving meditation, cancer and physical activity, activity and medication, as well as Maple Tree and other ways to find local community resources to move. The final thing I'd like to talk about is sleep, because sleep contributes not only to inflammation and anti-inflammation, but also to cancer and to chronic pain. Sleep disturbance, insomnia, and short sleep duration all have biochemical effects that aggravate inflammatory processes, can cause gene damage. These chemicals and white blood cells that I mentioned earlier in the talk, pro-inflammatory cytokines, C-reactive proteins, etc., all then can cause DNA damage and they can cause inflammation, cancer, and chronic pain. Chronic pain and inflammation and sleep can get people into a downward spiral where lack of sleep increases inflammation. Inflammation increases the likelihood of chronic pain. Chronic pain then disturbs sleep, and around and around and around it goes. So breaking that cycle by improving sleep is one of the key factors for facilitating healing and reducing the chances of both chronic pain and cancer. It's not just the amount of sleep. You hear often people say you need 7 to 9 hours of sleep, and that is true. And most people do not get that. And that's been shown now over and over and over again. And it's especially important for optimal function of the immune system. And it's been especially shown that in women, lack of sleep will have an adverse effect on chronic pain and the immune system. But again, it's not just the quantity, it's also about the quality. 5 hours of quality sleep can be better than 8 hours of poor sleep. The best way to start addressing that is through something called sleep hygiene. And this is creating an external environment that facilitates improved quality and quantity of sleep. And here's a couple websites from the CDC, from a great one called sleepeducation.org and from the NIH that talk about sleep hygiene skills. Many psychologists are specifically trained in this, and so it's useful sometimes to go and get training in how to do sleep hygiene. Here's some sleep solutions for you that I ask in my integrative health visits. How is your sleep? And if you wake refreshed, I've mentioned the NIH site, but there's other approaches using technology such as imagery, as well as a CBTI. This is cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia. And in fact, there is an app which can coach you and has been found to be very effective in insomnia. The VA has a number of websites, resources by specialists in your area, and again, customize it for what resources that you have for your team. Here's some summary resources, again, that I have on my website, and there's the link up at the top. Just go to drwaynejonas.com/resources, all free, including a guide to nutrition for chronic pain. What you eat can make a difference, a guide for optimizing treatment through integrative health for people living with pain, and then one specifically focused on women. Women disproportionately suffer from chronic pain, and taking control and finding relief is a key factor in that process. I've tried, and my staff have tried to summarize these in what we call pocket guides. These are simple approaches and point you to other resources. For those that have cancer, we have produced some specific ones on chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy and how to manage that, as well as a pocket guide to movement in cancer and diet in cancer, as I've previously shown. So what does this mean for you and how you work with your team? First, look for integrative whole person care team. If your physician's not doing that, then try to find one who will, or ask them to do that. If they're not sure how to do it, they can go to my website, and I have a whole toolkit for physicians and teams on how to do a Hope Note, how to do an integrative health visit, and how to access the resources, some of which we've just discussed. Ask questions and voice concerns. Come in with your list. You know, it's good to be that irritating patient that comes in and is proactive. As a physician, I'm much more interested in working with a proactive patient who's interested in their own self-care than one that is not motivated to take care of themselves. So it's a positive thing. Remember and look after yourself, not just the pain or the cancer, but your overall well-being, which very often can have greater effects for those conditions that you have than just focusing on those particular areas. So I hope you found this talk helpful in understanding the link between inflammation, cancer, and pain. I hope some of these resources are helpful for you in these areas. And I look forward to hearing the other talks, because you've got some great integrative and other kinds of providers and patients in this series that can complement, I hope, a lot of what I've said. So thank you very much for having me, and look forward to our question and answer session.
Hi, thanks so much for joining us today with this really important conference. I want to thank Cynthia and John and the planning committee for inviting me to give this talk today. My name is Chris Beasley. I'm the co-founder and director of the Chronic Pain Research Alliance, and I myself have had chronic pain for 30 years. So I'm really pleased to talk to you today just a little bit about how to advocate for yourself and for loved ones. And obviously this is kind of a lifelong journey and a learning process. So there's only so much that I can share with you in 10 minutes, but I hope that we can cover at least some of the bases to get you started in the right direction. So what does the word advocate mean? So it can be a verb or a noun, right? So it's an action word or a person. It's really to speak or write in favor, to support or urge by argument, or a person. You can be an advocate, right? A person who pleads for on behalf of another person or an intercessor. So then what is self-advocacy? Well, in simple terms, it simply means being an advocate for yourself, for what you need and what matters to you. And it's composed of several different abilities. So it's really the ability for you to ask for what you need and what you want, and to be able to tell people about your thoughts and feelings, and also to make choices and decisions that affect your life. So what's the goal of self-advocacy in pain care? Well, I think most of us understand that with chronic pain, it's usually not a curable disorder, and that it turns into a chronic, usually lifelong illness, right? Sometimes it doesn't, but most of the time it can. And really the goal is to live well. How do we live well with chronic pain and chronic illness? And the goal of pain care really is to have patient-centered care. Now, this is not a new term. It's been around in the medical literature for decades, but like other things, it's taken quite a long time to kind of germinate into our system. But the good news is that things really are changing in this direction for our medical care to become more patient-centered. Well, what does that mean? It means that a provider, a healthcare provider, is giving you care that's respectful and responsive to your individual preferences, needs, and values. And it ensures that your values guide all the clinical decisions. Now, I'm sure most of us can come up with numerous times where we've visited medical professionals and our care was not at all patient-centered. But this is really the goal that we're striving for in terms of advocating for yourself. And there's different components you can see on the right side in the figure. There's different components of patient-centered care, right? First, you want to make sure within patient-centered care that your mission, the joint mission between you and your healthcare provider, your values are aligned with what your actual goals are. The care is collaborative between you and your provider and others in your healthcare team and maybe family. It's coordinated and it's accessible. Top priorities are physical comfort and your emotional and physical well-being. Your viewpoint and that of your family are respected and valued. You and your family are, if you choose to be, are always included in decisions and welcome in care settings. And there's full transparency and fast delivery of information to you. So how do we get to achieving patient-centered care and living well with chronic pain? Well, the first step is that you have to educate yourself, right? Like we've all heard this quote, you don't know what you don't know. And you don't know that until you educate yourself. And that knowledge is power. Once you educate yourself, you're left with choices and can be better engaged in conversations with your clinician. Secondly, you need to know what your rights are, right? And advocacy has led to the creation of the Pain Care Bill of Rights. And basically what it states is that as a person with pain, you have the right to have your pain taken seriously and to be treated with dignity and respect, to have your pain thoroughly assessed and promptly treated, to be informed by your healthcare professional about the possible causes of your pain, as well as treatments, including the benefits, risks, and costs, to participate actively in decisions about how to manage your pain, to have your pain reassessed regularly and your treatment adjusted if you need it to be referred to a pain specialist, and to get clear and prompt answers to your questions, time to make decisions, and to be able to refuse a particular type of treatment if you choose. So once you've read up, you're educating yourself, you know what your rights are. The third step is that you have to take responsibility for yourself. Unfortunately, the way that our healthcare system is set up, no one is going to do this for you. There's a quote that says, if it's going to be, it's up to me. I'm the one that's benefiting or not benefiting from the care that I'm getting, and I have to take responsibility for my own care. And that includes not having a victim mentality, but really to be empowered and engaged to get better care for yourself, appropriate care for yourself. So next, what you want to do is to set small, attainable goals. And this is really one area that I really am very passionate about and very supportive of, especially with pain, because the way that pain is discussed within the healthcare system and measured is really like from appointment to appointment. They ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is your pain? And pain fluctuates so much on a daily basis, a weekly basis. And that type of questioning kind of always keeps you focused on the negative. How bad is it? How bad was I feeling last week? How bad was I feeling last month? Am I feeling less bad this month than I was last month? But really to kind of flip the script and start talking about, okay, what are my goals? Okay, I may not feel exactly the way that I want, but these are the things that I want to start accomplishing. And it gives you something, it kind of flips the script from focusing on how bad things are to where do I want to go with my care. And it also gives you something different to talk about with your healthcare provider. So functional goals simply are goals that you want to resume, goals to resume meaningful activities that you're unable to perform as a result of illness or chronic pain, but that you want to be able to accomplish. And research shows that setting functional goals with your healthcare provider increases your progress towards the goals that you've agreed upon. It helps create a successful individualized treatment plan, and it improves the communication between you and your clinician. And on the right side, you can see what's called the SMART goal system, which we use a lot of times in setting goals, right? And S stands for specific. You want to be specific in the type of goal that you're creating. You don't want to just say, I want to feel better, right? But you need to give a very specific goal. Number 2 is M, measurable. That's measurable. A, that's achievable. R, that's realistic. Like we're not going to say, well, maybe for you and sometime it could be to run a marathon, but if you're in severe chronic pain, that's obviously not a realistic goal, right? And that's also timely. So we're setting time measurements here. So I just want to give you a quick example. So obviously there's many areas for which you could set a functional goal. Yours may be to be more active or to exercise regularly. Other people may want to be able to get on the floor and play with their children or grandchildren. Other people want to be able to resume taking care of themselves or doing, household chores or activities. But I just wanted to give you a quick example of kind of what this looks like with the SMART goal system. So in this particular example, exercise is the priority area that's been chosen. And the long-term goal is to get to a place where you can walk for 20 minutes a day, let's say 5 days a week. So what you do is set 3 small goals that kind of work your way to progress to achieving that long-term goal. So for the first 3 weeks, you're going to walk 7 minutes a day, 3 days a week. Following 3 weeks, you're going to go to 14 minutes a day, 4 days a week. And then the following 3 weeks, you're going to go up to the 20 minutes, 5 days a week. So what this SMART system also has you do is to identify possible obstacles beforehand, right? So don't just start doing it and then when things come up and then have to scramble to try to figure out how you're going to solve that, but actually think about the obstacles ahead of time. So one that could, interfere with your ability to do this would be bad weather. So a possible solution would be to join a gym, to walk at the mall, get a walking partner for accountability, company, and encouragement. So this just gives you a little example of how to go forward with setting small functional goals. So the next step is communication. In any good relationship, whether it's a spousal relationship, a friend, healthcare provider, a work relationship, it always starts with good communication. So you want to do your best to make sure that you're communicating as well as possible with your healthcare providers. So these are just a few tips. So make a list before your appointment. Make sure you write down any questions or concerns that you have. Take the list with you to the office so that you make sure you get everything addressed. Ask for definitions. If your doctor is using a term that you don't understand, just ask them to re-explain it to you in plain language. Again, going back to the goals we just talked about, know what your goals are. Work with your clinician to develop realistic goals for your care. And be vocal during your appointment. Repeat back what you heard said to you and ask if you have everything right, just to make sure there's no miscommunication. Slow down. If your doctor is speaking too fast, and using words you don't understand, just ask them simply to speak slowly so you don't miss anything. And don't be shy. If you have concerns, vocalize them and discuss, alternatives. Consider taking someone with you for support. It can really help to have somebody there to help you understand the information and remember everything that was discussed. And at the end of your appointment, you can always ask for a recap of the main points. What are the take-home points and the action items between appointments? And finally, follow up after your appointment or between appointments. If you forget anything or something is unclear, you should ask how your provider would like you to communicate with him or her in between those sessions. So number 6 is that, you don't have to do this alone. It's a journey to living well with chronic pain. You matter. Please be patient with yourself. Don't beat yourself up if, you get out of an appointment and you said, geez, I just didn't stand up for myself the way that I should have in that appointment, or I didn't communicate effectively. And get support. Surround yourself with other people who are going through the same thing as you. It will help you to empower yourself, and to be able to achieve the goals that you want for your care. And finally, just remember that you matter and that you're not alone. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, this is Anna Pollock again. I was just calling to walk you guys through this meditation that I found really, really helpful. My lovely assistant is my husband, Ryan, who is my rock, that we're doing the house meditation. So everybody get out some colored pencils or some markers and a piece of paper and fill this out the way you want to fill it out. This is the foundation for the house. This is what are the things that is foundational to you. And right now for me, that is family, even though they are currently in the process of driving me crazy. The second is we're going to draw the house. This is my house. We're going to do a window. When you look out into the future, what do you see? So we're going to draw a window here, and we're going to write, what do we see in the future? And I'm going to put comedy, because comedy took a break during COVID, and I'm hoping that it comes back for me. And then we're going to do the path to the front door. What are the things that lead to your house? What's important to you? For me, I'm going to put patience. And then my garden is going to be black because I don't have a green marker. But you also have a garden next to your house. And then you put, what kind of things do you want to grow in your life? And I am going to say forgiveness, kindness. These are just mine. Please fill in your own. And then inside the house, who are the people that have influenced you? And I'm going to put my mom and my dad and my husband and my son, whose computer I am using for this. So he doesn't know that. And then smoke from the chimney. And the smoke from the chimney is, what kind of things do you want to send out into the world? And I am going to put laughter, because I am the youngest of 3, and that's how I got attention growing up. So whatever pathology of yours that you've turned into something that's functional for you, that works there too. And then this is my personal favorite, your fence. What are the things you would like to keep away? Boundaries. I've been learning about them recently. So I'm going to put hatred, bigotry, and resentment. Okay, and then the bricks and what holds you together. I would really hope I get a chance to see some of the houses that you guys make, because any art has to be better than this art. Bricks that hold you together, I would say the support from my family. I would say the love from my family. I would say my friends. And I would also say my dog, who you will be meeting. So please take all the time you want with this and make it pretty if you can. The bar has set very low. Thanks for your time, everybody. Enjoy the conference.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure being here, and I do appreciate the invitation from Cynthia and John and from For Grace. I'm going to be speaking about cancer today and cancer recovery, and my focus will be that it's not just about the cancer. It's very much about overcoming a disrupted terrain, and I'll explain that quite a bit today. These are just some of my credentials, and here's some disclosures. I obviously have a bit of a bias. 41 years running an integrative cancer treatment center in Skokie, Illinois, in the Chicago area. And I have been deeply invested and involved, as has my wife, Penny, for all of these decades, really working on finding ways to save lives and to assist patients in recovering from these very difficult diseases. This is just a snapshot of some of our staff. And unfortunately, a little bit because of COVID, we haven't had quite everybody here over the last year and a half, but hopefully that will change shortly. So, Mr. Nixon, you can cure cancer. I have to, kind of start this thing off just to say that I was a medical student in the 70s during the war on cancer when it was first launched. And it really wasn't the war on cancer and to find an answer initially. Initially, the discussions were to discover the single underlying cause of cancer. And believe it or not, scientists across the globe believed there was a single cause, whether that was genetic, whether it was environmental, whether it was some food factor, something was driving the disease. And if we could figure it out, hell, we landed on the moon, we should be able to find an answer for it. And we got a little bit fixated on discovering this single cause would allow us to discover a single solution, kind of a one-off, a one-target, one-bullet strategy. And I have to tell you, this kind of led to a little bit of the lag between the bench and the bedside, because we doctors want to implement strategies to get people better. And the science hadn't yet fully caught up in the way that it would eventually. And what would happen by 1981 with this kind of single bullet to address the single target mindset, we really had lowered the bar. We didn't in any way reach the cure of cancer in that 10-year period as we had hoped. By 1981, we lowered the bar to 5-year survivals, which actually was an arbitrary number. It was not based on any rigorous rationale or science to it. And in fact, within 15 more years, by 1996, actually for any stage 3 or 4 cancer, we lowered the bar even further. Part of it was based on statistics, but we were talking months. Maybe 3-4 months for pancreatic cancer, maybe the same for glioblastomas, stage 4 brain cancer, and just as much, maybe up to 22 months for, say, metastatic prostate cancer. And those were really the bookends in terms of what the expected survival was across the board for solid tumors for stage 3 and 4 cancers. So we did not make the kind of progress that we had thought we were making. And we, actually in that, kind of window, there were several reasons for that would become very relevant over time. Why has progress been so slow and small, you might ask? Well, there were some new drugs that came out during that window of time. There were targeted drugs. We already had chemotherapies. They were improving. We had angiogenic inhibitors, and even a few years later, we would, really start to discover how valuable immunotherapy really could be. But there were several reasons why we weren't making quite the rate of progress that you would have thought we would have made. We had a topsy-turvy healthcare system. We think about disease actually as the primary problem and health as an afterthought, when it should be health as the foundation. We got focused and fixated on the cancer cell, not the terrain, not the bioecology or the environment that it's in. That will be a large part of my presentation today. We certainly were a silver bullet approach or mindset to care. The idea was we were going to find, a single simple cause, so we were going to be able to come up with a single, solution to it, and that really has never been the case. We have a generic system of medicine, one size fits all. It works well if you're big pharma. It works well if you want to, I'm going to use a funny term, genericize medicine, so that's a little bit of cookie cutter, everybody gets the same strategy. But the truth of disease and biology, it is unique to the individual and requires individualizing and tailoring in very profound ways. But that gets into the idea that there are interconnected growth pathways, and so multi-targeting is essential. We have heterogeneity. A tumor can be high grade or low grade, aggressive cells and quiet, dormant cells. We have residual cells that can rear their heads and cancer stem cells. We have structural elements. There's a lot going on in that tumor. And the idea that we're going to come along with a bullet or two and transform it, unfortunately, has been more myth than reality. In addition to that, we have a soup. That terrain is a focus that I learned early on in my career and have been very much focused on fixing that environment so that it is cancer fighting. So we have a number of areas, including the cell itself having multiple growth pathways from the membrane of a cell to the nucleus, sending grow messages. And even if we block one or two of those, it doesn't stop the cancer from switching tracks and still sending the grow message. So you can see, even in that simple explanation, the complexity and the necessity for being able to multi-target, but I would argue selectively and objectively, and not throwing the kitchen sink at it. Also, we have treatment resistance. The nature of these cells is to figure out what's trying to get rid of them and overcome it. There's ways to counter that resistance. We'll talk about some of them later today. And also ignoring the mutagens, the mutation, the damage to DNA, and the mitogens, which are things that stimulate growth. Both are really major drivers for cancer. And of course, cancer stem cells, which actually until the 1990s, we didn't really know and prove that they even existed. Today, we know that they are a huge problem with why people like my grandmother recurred with metastatic breast cancer a full 25 years later. Okay, so let me give you a little bit of some definitions here. One, alternative medicine. This has been an area that is sometimes a little bit problematic. I would define this as in lieu of mainstream treatments. Often, but not always, lacking rigorous evidence. And in fact, emerging research is showing that patients who choose alternative treatment alone or skip conventional therapies that have evidence behind them and are documented to work, that these patients have poorer outcomes and reduced survival. A big concern for me, and a reason to think about integrative medicine. My concern about complementary medicine, and particularly in cancer care, is these are generally treatments that are single intervention add-ons to mainstream medicine. Oh, doing a study with yoga and breast cancer, or green tea and prostate cancer, as opposed to a more comprehensive model. The British Medical Journal defined back in 2001 integrative medicine to be a selective incorporation of elements of complementary and alternative medicine into a comprehensive treatment plan alongside solidly orthodox or conventional methods of diagnosis and treatment. I would define in my book, Life Over Cancer, integrative medicine to be a systematic, comprehensive, multi-intervention, whole system model with treatment strategies individualized to the patient based on objective assessments provided with life-affirming and open communication between patients and practitioners. And it is my experience that the best results with patients battling for their lives occur when combining the best of both worlds. In other words, the middle ground is the optimal ground. These are just a simple model, some pictures of our clinic in Skokie, Illinois. And I'm going to be talking today about these three spheres. One's biography, how you live, eat, and take care of yourself. one's biology, the metabolic and biochemical environment that disease can manifest or grow in, and the pathology, the disease and treatment. You'll see these come up periodically. I am all about synergisms, of trying to get the benefit of mutual therapies working together. You'll see in that first biography and lifestyle area, we talk about biobehavioral care, understanding who the patient is, physical care, fitness, well-being, dietary, circadian health, your rest and sleep activity cycles, your microbiome, the 100 trillion bacteria in your body. We talk about the host terrain, this environment made up of oxidative, inflammatory, immune, growth factors, glycemia, insulinemia, hyperinsulinemia, coagulopathy, stress chemistry, and the disease itself, which we'll get into later toward the end of the discussion today, looking at both the intracellular environment and the way to individualize and multi-target disease with more innovative strategies along the way. And you can see on the right, cancer challenges. And these are the major challenges that cancer patients face. Tumor growth and survival, of course, being kind of a primary one. But in addition to that, toxicity, response to treatment, overcoming adverse effects and toxicity, life quality, quality of life, and what generally takes patients is not the disease, but rather life-threatening complications associated with treatment or the disease, often actually preventable. Most patients do not die from their disease. They die from things like pneumonia, embolism, wasting syndrome, sepsis, things that are actually preventable if you are optimally well. And so I consider that fundamental in terms of care. Here's just a few pictures of our center. We do have a full chemotherapy unit and nutritional interventions and immunotherapy. We had launched in 1980. Penny and I, and my wife and I, were the first ever integrative cancer center that we're aware of on the globe. Before integrative cancer treatment was even on anyone's radar, we were already deeply involved actually doing it. This is a patient of ours that actually came to me in 1990. He was approached by a nurse at the hospital when he was diagnosed with metastatic kidney cancer with lung and lymph metastases. And her father, a minister from Michigan, drove all the way to Colorado where he had a cattle farm and spent a couple days with him. And he had had kidney cancer. He was a patient of mine that had multiple organ sites involved, and he was already 7 years out and doing fabulously. And so he was kind enough to go visit this gentleman on his daughter's request, because she was his doctor when he entered the hospital. Anyhow, he was told that he had a year to live. Take a quick and close look at his face. At this point, he is imbibing in some of that cattle farm that he was raising. And now take a look at him. And this photo was about 13 years later. He's a bit older now, but you can see he really went through quite a transformation. Not only that, he traded his cattle farm in and turned it into an organic vegetable farm. So I refer to him that he traded cattle for carrots. Anyhow, he's out 31 years, and I have presently 2 patients in our clinic because of him referred to us, and he's fully free of disease. This is an advanced pancreatic cancer patient who came to me in February of 2004, right after her diagnosis. She had hepatic metastases, and she was given 2 to 3 months to live at the time of the diagnosis. It's kind of an interesting story in many ways. I put her on a comprehensive integrative treatment program. We gave her chemotherapy, but we chronomodulated it in terms of time-sensitive chemotherapy, well documented in terms of reducing toxicity and enhancing efficacy of treatment, and a full nutrition oncology program. We stabilized her disease and then reversed her disease. We put her on a recurrence prevention plan at 2 years in, and then about 3-4 years later, we put her on a long-term recurrence prevention regimen with more of a survivorship plan. She survived 17 years. Unfortunately, very sadly, I think it's about 4 to 5 months ago now, she ended up in the hospital with a cardiac event and did not recover with it. But she was free of disease, as I'll show you her scans in a second. Of interest, The original institution that diagnosed her cancer stated to her that they had never successfully treated stage 4 pancreatic cancer at the time that she was diagnosed in 2004. These are her scans, and that's actually her pancreas, and this is her liver with a number of lesions in it. This is scar tissue. It was not really evident as any active disease on scans, and you can see the liver improved as well. And this is liver scan that you could see a little bit better, and the more clean one in December 2009. So I'm going to first talk about Sphere 1, what I refer to in Life Over Cancer. Really nutrition, fitness, biobehavioral care, circadian health, sleep, rest, activity cycling. And I just want to state something that I'll come back to later, that this is foundational. In my opinion, you've got to get it right. You don't get this right, you can't build a castle on quicksand. So these are some of the laboratory and diagnostic testing that we do in each component of care. This is only a snapshot of that, but you can see some of the laboratory tests under nutrition, some of the physical care issues that we address with fitness, biobehavioral. We look at a number of standard measurements in terms of quality of life and different analysis in terms of well-beings and levels of distress, and attitudinal analyses as well. There's two major patterns identified here by analysis, and this is what is equally relevant in terms of cancer, even though this is actually looking at cardiac risk. And I want to point this out because many cancer patients are still, metastatic breast cancer patients, are still more likely to die of cardiac disease than they are of metastatic breast cancer. So it's quite relevant from my perspective that you see the difference in these two diets. There's a 46% increase in cardiac risk with eating a typical Western diet of red meat, processed meats, dairy products, potatoes, refined sugars, particularly high-fat dairy, versus a prudent diet of kind of a fish vegan diet with a 20% reduction in cardiac risk. And this holds true for many solid cancers as well. We have good carbs and we have not so good carbs. The good carbs are whole grains, a number of different vegetables that are low glycemic, legumes, lentils, chickpeas, navy beans. And we need to kind of relearn this because a carb is not a carb is not a carb. And these days, everybody is anti-carbs, but in fact, the data doesn't support the fact that it raises glycemia. Not all carbs are created equal, but there are carbs that I would say are not healthy. White sugar, artificial sweeteners, a lot of your white flour products that have been stripped of whole grains. Complex carbs, whole grains, and legumes actually help stabilize glucose. They do not increase glucose, they stabilize it, and people will get confused about this often. In large part, unfortunately, this has been highly associated with marketing in terms of nutrition and food, not necessarily to our benefits. So here is a cohort study looking at almost 36,000 non-diabetics, and it's watching their glucose levels after a load of glucose given to them. And you can see the difference here that plasma glucose levels are directly associated with pancreatic cancer mortality. The highest glucose levels were associated with more than doubling mortality. This is what is your ratio of healthy to not so healthy fats. Now, we do need some fats. I know that seems counterintuitive to people often, but if you strip yourself of fats too much, you end up with bad ratios where your omega-6 ratio is higher than your omega-3 or 9s, and so you end up with a pro-inflammatory condition. You can look here under bad fats where most Americans will actually have a ratio that is 20 and up to 40 times higher than your good fats. Whereas if you look on the left side of the screen, your good fats, your omega-3s and omega-9s, you're looking for a more optimal ratio of 2-to-1 or 1-to-1. Now there is research to support what I'm about to say in terms of consuming red meat and colorectal cancer, that a standard Western diet nearly tripled recurrence rates and more than doubled mortality. And among estrogen-sensitive breast cancer patients, lowering cholesterol reduced tumor growth, improved treatment results, and reduced interference with aromatase inhibitors on board in terms of treatment. Now, in terms of mortality issues, there are some major studies that have been done. This top is a 31 studies that were analyzed, 17 case matched and 14 cohort, thousands of patients involved in this work, and they looked at fish intake and prostate cancer, and no, there was no link at all in terms of risk of developing prostate cancer by increasing fish. However, by increasing fish for existing prostate cancer, there was a 44% reduction in developing metastases and a 63% reduction in mortality. So there is a significant factor once you have the disease of how some of these nutritional factors impact the disease itself and what the outcome would likely be. This breast cancer study is postmenopausal patients, about just over 2,400 patients in the study. This is Klabowski who did this, conventional treatment, 20% dietary fat, and by decreasing dietary fats, this population had a 24% drop in breast cancer recurrence rates. That's comparable to tamoxifen in terms of data. And the last one here is over 3,000 patients over a 7-year period with early stage postmenopausal breast cancer, looking at mortality based on the highest EPA to DHA levels versus the lowest. And this was based on dietary patterns, not supplements. And the group that had the highest, that were in the top 1/3 of the higher EPA to DHA ratio, had a full 41% drop in mortality. Now, our group, my research team, and I put together on my kind of interest a whole bunch of different studies to look at what are foods to affect different cancers. This is the one on colorectal cancer. And I'm just going to summarize a couple of the more critical pieces of what we were able to put together. This is based on increasing recurrence, mortality, or all-cause mortality. A Western diet had a near 3-fold increase in risk of recurrence, a near 2.5-fold increased risk of all-cause mortality, and the highest glycemic load in the patient population demonstrated a near 2-fold increased risk of recurrence and approximately a 1 3/4-fold increase in all-cause mortality. Whereas of foods what to eat, we also put together a number of different studies to look at what was actually beneficial for patients to be doing. And this is looking at a decrease in recurrence mortality and all-cause mortality. Whole grain fiber, remember, this is the no-carb, kind of world that we've evolved into, actually decreased colorectal cancer mortality by 33%. That's comparable to many drugs that we have. Nuts, greater than twice a week, a near 60% drop in colorectal cancer recurrence. The highest intake of nuts had a 30% drop in mortality, and eating fish more than once a week actually dropped colorectal cancer mortality by 35%. They're pretty pronounced in terms of really arguing very much for kind of a vegan, macro, Piscine, fish-based diet. This is kind of the recommendations as a general program. We do individualize. Our dietitians work very carefully with patients. A rainbow of vegetables, whole cereal grains, mostly plant-based proteins, legumes, soy, nuts, seeds, fish, fruits, melons, berries, limited fat intake, looking for higher quality fats, and things like good quality seeds, nuts, and avocado, and deep water seafood. And then substituting dairy alternatives, and also we focus a lot on whole-based green drinks. And these are just some pictures of our clinic and cooking classes. Okay, so exercise. I just want to, kind of point out that there are a lot of studies looking at fitness and cancer. These studies show improvement in outcome, cancer mortality, all-cause mortality, quality of life, recurrence rates. And just as a summary to this, these studies that I have here all add up to almost 20,000 patients. In all cases, the subjects were more consistent exercise, did better. They had less progression and less mortality compared to those who were the least active with it. So pretty important from kind of our perspective with this. And you look at breast cancer study where walking 3 to 5 hours per week for stage 1, 2, and 3 patients was enough to cut mortality by half. And in colorectal cancer patients, 6 to 9 hours per week of walking was enough to cut mortality by 61% and cut recurrence by more than half. This is a patient of ours that came with colon cancer with liver metastases. He had already been given up on. He essentially was in hospice. In 1997, he was treated. He recurred. He then progressed in 2002, at which point he came to us after having been given up on, really for mostly nutrition and support. I convinced him that we could give him chemotherapy differently, gave him back the same drugs that he was unable to tolerate, and fully turned around his disease. This is him running on a treadmill while his chemotherapy is running. We re-challenged him with the same treatment. He tolerated 6 months of therapy, and we sent him home in a complete remission. And this is just some of the kind of exercising that we do with patients, even while their treatment's running. You can see the bag next to this guy's right arm. We're running drugs in him while he's exercising. And this guy, you can kind of see his catheter running between his legs down there and over to his infusions. Okay, I'm going to talk about biobehavioral care and stress. Major depression develops in 25% of cancer patients. Less than half receive psychological treatment. On patients on chemotherapy, 91% experience anxiety, 61% depression. A full third abandon chemotherapy due to distress. That's major. Regardless, the impact of psychological interventions on survival may have profound impact and relevance, but they are fundamental to humane medicine. This is enormously difficult to face any kind of disease, and a malignancy that potentially is life-threatening even more so. Here are a group of randomized controlled trials, 5, and a meta-analysis with 6 randomized controlled trials, and it's looking at essentially biobehavioral interventions for patients. And what this data is showing benefits of reducing symptoms and side effects to treatment. And I'll show you also improving recurrence rates, cancer mortality, and all-cause mortality substantially. In almost all the cases, subjects followed the experimental intervention, did significantly better compared to controls. And here's one of those studies. This is Barbara Anderson's group out of Ohio, 227 women randomized to psychological intervention with 11 years of follow-up, and they were able to demonstrate a 45% drop in breast cancer recurrence, a 56% drop in mortality, and a 49% drop in all-cause mortality. That's like the heart attack group that I mentioned before. And this is actually my wife, Penny, giving some direction to some of our patients in our center, looking at relaxation techniques and abdominal breathing and meditative and mindfulness methods for managing side effects, as well as we run sessions and classes with patients in strategies for success and for thriving and living well. And just to say that there is a number of natural products out there. Some of these natural products are as good as mild to moderate drug therapies. This was a 30-patient randomized controlled trial of healthy patients looking at the Pittsburgh Sleep Analysis, the States Trait anxiety scales, and the self-rating depression scales. And you can see that these patients, statistically significant, dropped considerably in depression, anxiety, and sleep disturbance. So this is the environment that I have been talking about and was a big issue for me starting off as a medical student. I look at this picture and it makes me think of not so optimally healthy terrain. I was a medical student in the summer carrying cells between labs at the University of Miami School of Medicine. And I was getting chewed out by a grad student. We all have a moment in our lives, at least one, hopefully we have more than one, where a light bulb goes off. This was mine. I'm carrying these cells, cancer cells, to this other lab, and every time I get them there, he looks under a microscope and he says, they're all dead. So I run back, I get another Petri dish, and by the third one, I'm actually running, through the hallways as fast as I can, trying to get these cells. And I stop in my tracks. True story. I look in the petri dish, and I go, "Oh my! These things killed 3 of my relatives between my 8th and 16th birthday, and they're this fragile that they can't make it in a lab for in a petri dish for a short walk, a few minute walk." I was really troubled by this, and it bothered me for a long time. And little by little, I would come to recognize that it's not just the soup within the cell, but also the cell within the soup. I want to say that again so you get this. It is not just the soup, the environment within the cell. In other words, it's not just about the cancer cell, it's about the bioecology and the environment that is surrounding that cell. Both immediate in that terrain, or what some of the scientific community finally caught up and is calling the microenvironment today. But this is back in the 70s, I started calling it the terrain, way before anybody would kind of co-opt the term and start using it. This was a major area that I thought was being ignored. And I would spend the next 20 years of my career fixated on developing tests, laboratory work, studying this in research, even outside the United States, in Israel, and looking at increasing and impacting this environment so it was cancer fighting instead of cancer promoting. Now, these are 6 of the factors that I write about and looked about. I'm going to talk about 3 of them today. They influence, the biochemical and metabolic terrain influences the tumor progression pathways. Yes, proliferation of cells. Yes, differentiation, the shape of the cell itself, the morphology of the cell. Apoptosis, programmed cell death. Treatment resistance. Angiogenesis, the vascular supply that cancers require to grow beyond a pinhead. Immune functioning, issues around communication and mortality, and of course, metastases. These are tumor progression pathways and extremely relevant to what happens with patients, and they are influenced by this terrain, by this microenvironment, as are the cancer challenges, which I talked about earlier in terms of treatment efficacy, tolerance, quality of life, recurrence, mortality, and even life-threatening complications. Again, the 3 in red here are the ones I'm going to focus on today. And these are just a sprinkling of some of the laboratory testing that we do. We take extensive laboratory testing on patients, and I'll show you some of that testing and some of those results up the road a bit today. These are just some of those tests for each of these different environments: terrain factors, oxidation, inflammation, glycemia and insulin, stress chemistry, coagulopathy, immune dysregulation. And there are also a number of other factors that are intracellular. And these are different natural products and some off-label drugs that can be used to correct the environment to make it cancer fighting instead of cancer promoting. Now, oxidation I'll talk about first, and just to say, cancer patients generally suffer from an overload of free radicals. And we don't help that a lot, because poor eating patterns, which are reinforced in hospitals all the time, and stress of a disease, and unfortunately treatments themselves can increase oxidative stress. Reactive oxygen species, there's a bunch of names for these: free radicals, loose, unstable electrons, all can drive DNA damage. They can injure tissue, enzymes, proteins. They can cause molecular mishaps. They promote cancer. They interfere with treatment. They can also drive other diseases and aging, and they're significant. And when you get a wrong balance, when you have too much oxidative stress and too little antioxidative protection, we start to call that persistent oxidative stress, which can be deathly for a cancer patient. Also, we know that there's a decline in a patient's clinical condition. Their symptoms, their quality of life are all affected. I mentioned resistance and recurrence, life-threatening complications, chronic pain. If these are ignored, it can sap vitality and well-being. Neuropathy is an oxidative injury. Tingling in the toes and fingers from certain drugs is because of too much oxidative stress and too little antioxidant protection. Injury to tissues and neurons occur, and usually at the peripheral endings, and thus the fingers and toes get hit the most. We freeze those. We actually have stockings and gloves that we keep in freezers here, and when we're giving patients these drugs that are highly neuropathic, we numb their hands and toes before we give the drugs in order to reduce this type of injury. Radiation proctitis and radiation necrosis to the brain. So radiation can have a factor. It's clearly oxidatively driven, and issues like proctitis, pneumonitis, nephritis, and various forms of radiation necrosis are associated with oxidative injury. Cardiovascular system is very vulnerable to very major drugs that are used in cancer, doxorubicin or adriamycin, often used in breast cancer and other malignancies, and trastuzumab, Herceptin, both can cause cardiomyopathy. And there are protective natural products like coenzyme Q10 that are documented to protect the heart from this. And then there's chemobrain, and we've all talked about chemobrain, we've heard about it. I'm still not sure where I fall on this because, believe it or not, chemotherapy-induced cognitive impairment is real. But is it chemo? Some recent research actually raises the question that it may not be any different between a patient that was diagnosed with cancer and is scheduled for various diagnostics and treatment versus the patient who's already gone through chemotherapy. Both suffer somewhat equally in some new research in terms of chemobrain. So it may be, and I would answer the question, yes, stress can lead to reactive oxygen species and increase cortisol, resulting in damage and injury. So kind of a big deal from that perspective. Now here's just a small study of 363 women with breast cancer, and the research that was done evaluated plasma lipid peroxides, an oxidative biomarker, and the mortality in the patients with the highest level of these plasma-based lipid peroxides. These patients had more than double the risk of death and almost doubling recurrence rates. So the degree of free radical-induced DNA damage is directly proportional to the growth of metastatic cancers. Additionally, increased saturated fat in your diet, and not a lot, can drive up free radicals enough to increase cancer mortality by 45%. That's not my data, that's National Cancer Database data. So much for the health benefits of paleo and keto diets for cancer patients. I would raise some very serious questions about that. There is a little bit of data showing during treatment that the oxidative stress of keto diets may have an effect of augmenting certain chemos temporarily. I'd be very careful about that because there's a lot of time in between those treatments of what can happen in terms of driving disease. Now, some of the strategies that we use for overcoming oxidative stress, and these are all laid out in Life Over Cancer very carefully, so don't worry if you don't get all the details here. Eliminating poor habits, certainly tobacco, overeating, excess of dietary fats, excess of body fat, excess fitness, actually overdoing it can be a problem, as well as stress itself. Improving fitness is quite important. I'm one to generally recommend 4,500 steps a day, not 10,000. I think it accomplishes most of the same things unless you're really trying to get a lot of weight off and burn more calories. Getting yourself mildly or moderately out of breath is important. Improved diets, as we have been talking about, certainly high antioxidant foods, green drinks, berries, melons, a number of different vegetables, herbs and supplements, and a number of medications can be used also in an off-label reality. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about inflammation with this, and chemicals, physical, psychological, infections, viruses, bacteria, pollutants, certainly chemicals in the environment, cigarette, smoke, diets, all can drive reactive oxygen species, which can drive a particular molecule called NF-kappa beta. NF-kappa beta is the kind of main switch to inflammation in the body. And these are inflammatory markers, and there's various ones that we measure and evaluate on patients and then intervene to quiet them down. Acute inflammation is normal. We should have acute inflammation. It's critical for innate and humoral immunity, for immune surveillance, and for repairing injury of all kinds. Even to kill off cancer cells, acute inflammation is therapeutic, and many drugs work through acute inflammation. The problem is when it becomes chronic. There's cancer cells that can proliferate, they can invade, they can disseminate, they drive angiogenesis, vascular supply to cancers, they drive metastases, and They can even, unfortunately, lead to resistance for both chemotherapeutics, other drugs, and radiation therapy. So we're all about trying to improve therapeutic inflammation and eliminate or reduce, where possible, pathological inflammation in kind of significant ways for patients. So just a number of studies just to go over. So cancers of the colon, rectum, prostate, breast, lung, also pancreatic cancer, they have an inverted correlation between inflammation and survival. The higher the inflammation, the worse the survival, and vice versa. Breast cancer patients that have high levels of inflammation have more advanced stage disease at diagnosis, and it can foretell, this inflammation, the onset of bone metastases. A large number of disabling symptoms of cancer patients, such as anemia, fatigue, and loss of appetite, can be attributed to systemic inflammation, and particularly metabolic changes associated with muscle and a negative nitrogen balance are the preliminary signs of cachexia. And don't think for a minute that these visceral proteins, the ones you can't see, are very similar to the muscles that you can see, the muscles, that we work out to maintain. Becoming Hercules doesn't get you a better immune system, but I will tell you that atrophying can have an adverse impact on your immune system. And cachexia is a pro-inflammatory condition that not only knocks down visible muscle, somatic proteins, but it also knocks down visceral proteins, which is the foundation to our immune systems. So core and critical, these are advanced metastatic cancer patients, a mix of them looking at their performance status, their ultimate well-being, and their survival time. And the patients with a healthier inflammatory index had better performance status and had better survival. So this is statistically significant and quite relevant in terms of not just survival, but quality of life. This is a study with curcuminoids and inflammation in solid tumors. These are 80 patients in a randomized controlled trial with either curcuminoids on board or placebo. And this is looking at the University of Washington Index on Inflammation and Quality of Life. And you can see in green, quality of life and interleukin 8, which is a favorable interleukin, increased with the curcuminoids, where all of the ones in red are unfavorable biomarkers for driving cancer and many of the symptoms and adverse consequences of the disease. Curcuminoids improve quality of life and decrease inflammation. Changes in quality of life were inversely correlated with changes in TGF-beta. So when the TGF-beta levels went up, quality of life went down, and when they went down, these inflammatory biomarkers, quality of life went up. This is a similar study, but it goes into a little bit different. This is fish oil as an anti-inflammatory strategy. It's a small randomized controlled trial of lung cancer patients receiving chemotherapy. And you can see that their body weight actually improved compared to standard of care, the group on fish oil. The C-reactive proteins dropped, the IL-6 dropped, and the reactive oxygen species dropped. So these patients in all parameters were improving based on that. And here's a major study that was actually published in the Journal for Clinical Oncology, possibly the top cancer journal in the world, in 2009. Major study, almost 1,200 breast cancer patients, survivors, and 734 of them were disease-free. They were in stages 0 to 3, and these two biomarkers for inflammation, serum amyloid A and C-reactive protein, you can see breast cancer patients with elevated inflammation had markedly reduced survival and recurrence 2 to 3-fold greater than the population that actually had been able to drop their inflammatory markers. This is profound data and very important, and there isn't a cancer patient that shouldn't be evaluating their inflammatory markers routinely from my perspective. This is some of the information that we're suggesting in terms of what to do. Kind of simple lifestyle issues. If you're overweight, too much stress is not good for you. Improving your sleep is critical. Fitness routines, but don't overdo it either. That at times can be adverse and actually cause inflammation. Also, weekend warriors, where you exercise really intensively once or twice a week instead of consistency. can be a problem for driving inflammation and oxidation. Diet, plant-based with omega-3 and omega-9 fats, and supplements, and again, low-fat diets. I am very favorable to diets under 20% fat, closer to our regimen is around 15 to 18% fat. And then some different supplements and medications that can be used as well. Additionally, you have here diet of blood sugar, issues for glycemia, and these were mice. And I just want to kind of point out these were mice that had tumors implanted, and then we looked at their sugar levels on 3 different diets that they were put on. And you can see that the mortality in the mice on the highest blood sugar diets, the ones that cause the highest blood sugar levels, had 67% mortality, the normal group 33%, and the ones with the lowest glycemia, now we're talking bad carbs, we're not talking all carbs, they dropped down to 5% mortality. So really clinically substantial with this. IGF-1 is insulin growth factor 1, and it can drive growth of many solid tumors, and it can go up from consumption of a typical Western diet, which you can see in the picture there, in terms of red meat, fats, oils, particularly saturated fats, high-fat milk products, refined carbs, and excessive caloric intake. This is just some of the studies associated with, in this case, breast and prostate cancer. Increased levels of IGF-1, which we measure on all of our patients, promotes prostate cancer cell growth. It drives the highest IGF levels by over 4-fold increase in prostate cancer compared to those patients with the lowest IGF-1 levels. Early stage breast cancer patients with the highest quartile, the top 25% of insulin levels, had double the recurrence and triple the mortality compared to patients with the lower insulin levels. And in a younger breast cancer population where they followed insulin levels, the highest insulin groups had a 5-fold worse prognosis. So again, in terms of glycemia and insulin, you can multi-target this biology with lifestyle disruptors, countering being overweight, watching out for overeating, countering poor sleep, quieting emotional distress, and looking at some of the biology, including sleep and circadian health, that can drive inflammation. Again, fitness with consistency can help glycemia just by reducing and being on a pro-inflammatory diet can drive up glycemia and insulin. An anti-inflammatory diet can drop glycemia. And in addition, there's a number of different supplements like Gymnema sylvestre, coffee berry, cinnamon, holy basil, vitamin D, and others. And there's a number of medications that we use, like metformin, for patients. This is the typical crisis that cancer patients go through in terms of a conventional path. They get diagnosed, they have a life crisis. It is a life crisis, a significant one. They may have some biochemical and molecular testing done, but not deeply involved in the way that we like to do. There's clinical changes that occur, pain, insomnia, treatment impact, and disease progression. Complications can occur, and often that's what takes patients' life with it. This is more of a kind of integrative model that we use. You can see right from the kind of get-go, we're looking at this as a life crisis, and we're intervening to help patients deal with the emotional distress that underlies adverse biology. Biochemical, extracellular terrain testing, molecular intracellular terrain. We looked at inflammatory and insulin growth factor and glycemia and oxidative markers and others, coagulopathies. We looked at pathways of progression and different mutation in these patients. And you can see we intervened within the circle in multiple ways with different natural products and off-label drugs. Also physical care, using things like acupuncture and stuff for pain management, and working on improving patients' pain performance status, their ultimate well-being, so that they will tolerate drugs better and respond better. If you follow the curve downward, you'll see the typical route that people often happen that I mentioned before in terms of progression and life-threatening complications. But there's multiple things that can be done in terms of chemosensitivity testing to select drugs more carefully for patients by testing drugs against their cells, circadian timing of drugs, which I'll show you, and all kinds of interventions with nutritional and off-label drugs and responsible use of alternatives. We then believe because of that, we're able to get more efficacy and overcome some of the resistance and toxicity that patients go through. And then in addition to that, looking at treatment response and getting a different course and different outcome with patients. So if you start up on the left side of this is the same patient at a different time and marked pain and inflammation. She ended up on narcotics and had developed marked constipation. It was so severe that we ended up giving her a medication to counter narcotic-based constipation. She became more inactive, more fatigued. Her performance status declined. Her dehydration, she developed some anorexia, marked cachexia, a 45-pound weight loss, and you can kind of see the complications setting in. She did develop a pulmonary embolism and then ended up with disease progression and increased mortality risk. We intervened, you can see, with anti-inflammatory diet on the top left and supplements. We gave her methylnaltrexone to counter the constipation and then started reintroducing fiber and fluids, some supplements, and rebuilt her performance status, her physical well-being, gave her high-calorie whole food shakes, and rebuilt her with a fitness and biobehavioral program, started treatment, got quite a treatment response on her. This is just the breakdown of some of the component parts. You can see biographical profile in terms of her diet and physical care and stuff, the host or extratumoral, or if you will, biochemical and metabolic terrain, and some of the different interventions we did with the inflammation oxidative coagulopathy markers that were positive on her testing. You can see some of the mutagenic intracellular abnormalities like P53, EGFR, VEGF, even though the conventional world would say that P53 is a non-actionable target because we don't yet have any approved drugs for this. I would tell you there's all kinds of natural products and off-label drugs that can hit each and every one of these targets, and I believe that a patient should be fully multi-targeted to shut down the pathways that are driving their disease. That said, I don't believe in shotgunning. I don't think that you just throw the whole kitchen sink at a patient. I think you have to be incredibly selective. So it requires very involved testing and the ability to know how to read that testing and that information, and then to be able to do interaction screening so that you're not giving one thing that is negating something else that's important, or vice versa, actually creating a problem for a patient that didn't have one. We do various conventional treatments. You can see down at the bottom of the slide there in terms of chemotherapies like carboplatin and Taxol. There's natural products that we use to boost the effectiveness of the drugs as well as diminish toxicity. This patient went from 1996 diagnosed to May 2002. No evidence of disease during that window. Liver and brain metastases had completely resolved, and she was doing really quite well for a window of time. So you can see some of the laboratory tests that we ran on this patient serially over time. If you look from the gold at February 01, her fibrinogen levels were abnormally elevated, 180 to 400 being normal. And you can see that each time we tested her, they came down, down, down. Oxidative LDL antibodies came down from 3,300 to 900 to 417 into normal range. Her lipid peroxides came down as well. Her lycopene went up as it should. And then these are a couple of extra ones just to speed up time. Look at the C-reactive protein on the right, and you can see that initially it went up, and that's in part because she had a pulmonary embolism at the time and was suffering from marked cachexia, and it was taking a while to get all of that to actually kick in gear. But you can see her C-reactive protein came down quite terrifically with this. And she survived for over 5 years. It was quite heartbreaking. She did recur, and we unfortunately did lose her. This, again, are some of the different agents that we use for these different terrain factors. There's much more in my book that you can take a look at. This is sphere 3. We talk about this as the treatment and disease area, but I want to be very careful about this. I said it before, I'm going to repeat it now. You got to get the foundation right, because if the foundation is off, you'll develop treatment resistance. I have a patient with metastatic colorectal cancer that is out almost 9 years on the same drugs with us. We're not happy about it. We've never been able to completely get rid of her disease. Even when we start to, it starts to rear its head again. But she's still sensitive to these drugs, and I attribute it not only to chronomodulation, circadian timing of the drugs, and intravenous nutrition, but a full integrative program to get the environment right. And if we didn't do that, I have evidence in this specific patient, because of COVID, being unable to get back to our center during the early months of COVID in terms of travel, and on our recommendation ended up with a different oncology practice, received the same drugs and same doses, but without a full program on board, no chronomodulation, no IV nutrition, still some of our program in terms of much of the foundational issues, and her disease started to grow. Fortunately, she was able to fly again, and she's back on track and doing quite terrifically. So just to say that this is quite significant from my regard of getting this environment right. These are some of the different tests that we do in these different areas. Again, in the third section of Life Over Cancer, I cover a lot of this in more detail. Coupling, I believe that nutritional compounds and phytochemicals in herbs are very important. They not only can marshal a cancer-fighting biology, they can combat side effects and resistance, enhance treatment efficacy, they can counter life-threatening complications, and most certainly improve life quality. I do want to point out that this is a cell membrane that you're looking at on the top of this confusing slide. These are two pathways of progression inside the cell. On the right, you'll see EGFR through this membrane of the cell and growth factors sending a signal all the way down to the nucleus through EGFR, KRAS, BRAF, MEK, and ERK. And this is just names on a highway sending a grow message. And you can see in yellow Erbitux and Vectibix as drugs that we have in the marketplace to block this pathway. But you can also see on the right EGCG, resveratrol, indole 3-carbinol, luteolin, limonene. And even further down, not only can we multi-target these pathways, but we can hit multiple targets on a pathway. And in addition to that, you see where KRAS branches off into PI3K, often referred to as PIK3, and that particular driver, particularly of cancers like breast and ovarian, drives growth as well. But you can see some of these compounds like silibinin from milk thistle, where it blocks both pathways. It blocks between MEK and ERK and the AKT1. So my message is one drug, one target, one nutraceutical, multiple targets. The ability to selectively hit biology directly and appropriately. And these are just some pictures of patients in our unit actually receiving treatment. And this patient is getting IV nutrition at the same time that she's getting her chemotherapeutics. A recent study on IV curcumin came out that demonstrated breast cancer patients doing almost double in terms of outcome and survival and kind of on all parameters of the group that got the chemo with the IV curcumin versus the group that just got the chemotherapy by itself. Chronomodulation means time-sensitive drugs. Every drug has a window on a 24-hour clock when it's the most effective and least toxic. It's so significant that it can reduce toxicity in cases beyond 50%. It can improve treatment response, improve outcome, and you can even re-challenge patients with chemotherapy they already received that didn't work or stopped working, and just by chronomodulating it, the research data shows that it works. But this is not just what time of day or night it is. You'll see that yellow curve there, kind of like a pointed bell curve, that's referred to as a sinusoidal wave. And that curve actually is very important. We start off with cells that, when they get exposed to high concentration drugs, which is how chemo is normally given, either as a high dose drip or a high dose push, the cancer cells aren't stupid. They shut their pores and they go dormant. They go to sleep. They'll do anything they can to protect them from the chemo holocaust that they're getting exposed to. What we do instead is we trickle the drug, tiny, tiny amount of drug, and then we slowly ratchet it up the concentration, mimicking, by the way, the frog in boiling water analogy. And as we sneak up on the cell with more concentration, we're able to capture far more cells before they recognize that they're being poisoned. And if you look down at the bottom half of this slide, you'll see an ovarian cancer study of metastatic patients in a randomized controlled trial, and they had 50% reduction in complications, 80% reduction in the need to reduce their dose, which we know adversely impacts the success of chemotherapy, and they have a fourfold improvement in 5-year survivals. That was 44% of the patients were alive compared to 11%. And this is just one of our patients who underwent chronotherapy with us. He gets the credit of being one of the founders for the Colon Cancer Alliance in the United States. A really terrific and lovely man that came to us in early January of 2000 with metastatic colorectal cancer, which he had been diagnosed with about a year and a half earlier. We started him off on routine chemo, and he did experience the same illness from the drugs that he had experienced prior to coming to us. We then immediately chronomodulated the drug the very next cycle to demonstrate and prove that his complaints basically eased up considerably in terms of the severity of those symptoms, but far more importantly, by June, his scans had completely cleared. And he is alive and well today. That is an old slide, 2020. But anyhow, he is out 23 years and doing quite fabulously treatment-wise. These are 3 different studies of ours looking at circadian biology and our patient load doing far better in this group. So we looked at 24-hour correlation of regularity of rhythm, and you can see the block center had a 0.46 compared to a group, another colon cancer population with it in 0.27, and higher in this scoring is better. We nearly doubled their results in terms of, we know that daily rhythm is a predictor of longer survival. Sleep quality, the same in breast cancer patients, and looking at symptom analysis using the EORTC, the EORTS, we compared recurrent breast and colon cancer patients to healthy adults. If you look carefully all the way to the right, you'll see 4 zeros. That's a population that did not have cancer. Lower is better in these numbers. If you look all the way over to the left, you'll see insomnia, pain, appetite loss, and constipation. And then you see our center next to the right, block center, and you see 0, 0, 0. We mimicked a healthy population everywhere except pain, as you might expect. It would be hard to eliminate pain overnight with cancer patients. But you can see our comparison to 2 other groups, a colon cancer population and a breast cancer population in terms of numbers. So if you ask the question, does all of this implementation of a comprehensive program make a difference? I would argue very aggressively on many levels, rather dramatically so. And here is published data of ours of advanced breast cancer patients with metastatic disease. This was a longitudinal consecutive cohort, 90 patients that came through our doors with metastatic cancer. The groups that you're looking at, Texas, Louisiana, and Munich, are population groups that we compared to. The coloration of the different columns there are different metastatic sites. And our patients had those metastatic sites as well. The numbers on each of those columns are months of survival. And our median survival, that means 50% of the patients are still alive, were 38 months, whereas the other groups fell between 16 and 21 months. So keep in mind that this is research that was done in the late 1990s into the early 2000s. This is way before some of the immunotherapy drugs and stuff came into play. But nonetheless, our data seems to be consistent in that regard with other cancers as well. This is one of our metastatic breast cancer patients with liver metastases, diagnosed initially in April of 1999 with a stage 2 cancer, and she was HER2 positive. By June, she had progressed into liver metastases with advanced disease. She found us. We actually gave her chemotherapy. We chronomodulated, put her on a full comprehensive program. Today, she is actually about 22 years out, alive and well and completely free of disease. I think that is all I have for today. You can certainly reach us. We're at 1-877-41-BLOCK. That's 877-41 BLOCK. And you can come to our website at blockmd.com. And we are more than happy to be of help in any way that we can for what works for any patients that might be listening to this today. Again, I just want to really thank Cynthia and John and Rich as well for all the video work that went into this. And I encourage you all to pay more attention, in terms of getting, connected up with For Grace and women in pain. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Susan Yancey, and I'm a chronic disease and wellness specialist at City of Hope. The presentation today is on lifestyle factors that reduce the risk of cancer. I have a Doctor of Public Health, a Master Certified Health Educator Specialist. I'm part of the American College of Sports Medicine and the Fellow of the Royal Society of Public Health. Cancer is caused by both genetic and environmental factors. The link between diet and cancer is best seen in population studies. Studies of Asians from Japan that migrated to Hawaii and the US, their cancer rates increased. In Japan, Asian men and women have 25 times lower rates of prostate cancer and 10 times lower rate of breast cancer compared to Japanese counterparts in the US. Once in the US, both prostate and breast cancer rates increase. Importance of lifestyle factors in the development of cancer has been proven. Only 5 to 10% of all cancers are genetic. The remaining 90 to 95 are due to modifiable lifestyle factors such as dietary factors, smoking, alcohol, inactivity. These are all lifestyle factors that we can change. Looking at tobacco, since 1964, it's been shown as the primary cause of lung cancer. It accounts for 25 to 30% deaths from all cancers and accounts for 87% of deaths from lung cancer. Now let's look at alcohol. In 1910, the first report of alcohol associated with increased risk of esophageal cancer was published. Since then, more studies have shown a strong association of alcohol and cancer. In the upper digestive tract, 25 to 68% of cancers are due to alcohol, and 80% can be prevented if we do not drink or smoke. Looking at diet, 30 to 35% of cancer deaths are linked to diet. Diet is linked to 70% of colorectal cancer deaths. Carcinogens such as nitrates, nitrosamines, pesticides, and dioxins come from food additives and how the food is cooked. Heavy consumption of red meat that is cooked with charcoal, smoked, barbecued, produces carcinogen products that increase your risk of gastrointestinal tract, colorectal cancer, prostate, bladder, breast, pancreatic, and oral cancer. Looking at obesity, obesity has been associated with many cancers, such as breast, colon, kidney, esophageal, pancreas, gallbladder, and liver cancers. All deaths from cancer in the US, 14% in men and 20% in women, are due to excess weight. A westernized diet and lifestyle are associated with excess weight. And this is probably due to hormones, neurochemicals, insulin-related chemicals, excess fat, inflammation. These all produce chemicals that are carcinogenic. Looking at infectious agents, viruses account for most infection-caused cancers. And so I have a list of them listed here. Infection-related inflammation is the major risk factor for cancer. Almost all viruses linked to cancer activate inflammatory markers. Environmental pollution has been linked to various cancers. This includes indoor and outdoor pollution. Looking at indoor pollution, this could be tobacco smoke, food pollution, such as additives and pesticides, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAH. These excrete carcinogens that can trigger cancer. Outdoor pollution, this usually includes long-term exposures to PAH. This increases your risk of lung cancer. Only 5 to 10% of cancers are genetic. The remaining 90 to 95 are due to lifestyle factors that can be changed. Although chemopreventive agents have been developed to prevent cancer, they have numerous side effects and are not as effective. The best option to prevent cancer is by changing lifestyle factors. Diets that are predominantly organic fruits, vegetables, spices, and whole grains are full of natural anti-cancer fighting properties. Looking at fruits and vegetables, more than 25,000 phytochemicals have anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer properties, and they target several multiple cell signaling pathways. There are several chemopreventive compounds listed here. Researchers have shown that 70 to 80% cancer diagnosis in the US could have been prevented by lifestyle changes in 1981. According to estimates in 1997, 30 to 40% of cancers worldwide could have been preventable by consuming the recommended amount of fruits and vegetables. Teas and spices. These are usually used to add flavor to food, but they also have medicinal properties. They are full of phytochemicals that are rich in anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer properties. And I've listed some of them below. So green teas have some phytochemicals. Turmeric, garlic, and ginger also have phytochemicals that are anti-inflammatory and have anti-cancer properties. Looking at whole grains. So this is wheat, rice, maize, barley, oats, sorghum, and the list goes on. They contain chemopreventive antioxidants such as vitamin E. However, the refining process removes almost 92% of vitamin E. So unrefined grains are the healthier option. Whole wheat has been found to reduce the risk of several cancers. Diets rich in whole grain reduce cancer by 30 to 70%. Possible mechanisms are insoluble fiber reduces the risk of bowel and colon cancer, and insoluble fiber gets fermented in the gut, which suppresses tumor formation. Looking at vitamins, fruits and vegetables are the primary source. Vitamin C, D, and E have chemopreventive properties. Vitamin C can reduce the risk of stomach, mouth, larynx, esophageal, lung, pancreas, and cervix cancer by inhibiting inflammation. Protective effects of vitamin D are due to a wide range of cellular mechanisms that prevent the development of cancer. Regular physical activity has been shown to reduce the risk of many cancers. A sedentary lifestyle has been linked to increased risk of breast, colon, and pancreatic cancer. Risk of breast cancer in sedentary women is associated with higher levels of estradiol, larger fat masses, and higher levels of circulating insulin. Sedentary lifestyle increases the risk of colon, and this could be due to increased GI transit time, which increases the potential to be in contact with carcinogens. It was found that those with the highest level of physical activity showed a 50% reduction in the incidence of colon cancer. Now let's look at caloric restriction. The influence of caloric restriction in cancer was first published in 1940. Since then, numerous caloric restriction studies have been developed. Preclinical studies have shown that reducing total caloric intake may stimulate anti-cancer immunity. However, more human studies are needed to fully support this. In summary, we talked about how cancers are both genetic and environmental related. However, 90 to 95% are lifestyle related. We then talked about the different lifestyle factors that increase your risk of cancer and noticed inflammation played a key role in the development of most cancers. Chronic inflammation preceded tumor formation. We then talked about the actual lifestyle factors that can reduce your risk of cancer. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live Q&A session. We're back. It's John and Cynthia.
Cynthia and John.
And we're so excited to be moderating this wonderful, wonderful panel. We have great knowledge coming up, and I hope that you have already submitted your question. While we can't get to all of them, we're going to do our best.
We are going to do our best. But before we push on, a bit of business first.
Always business.
Right. The information during this question and answer session is for informational purposes only. No information during the session is intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. So there you are.
Well said.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I get to introduce our wonderful speakers, and you've heard them all speak, and I know you have lots of questions. We have with us today Dr. Wayne Jonas, who is Executive Director with the Samueli Foundation's Integrative Health Programs. Welcome, Dr. Jonas, all the way from Maryland. It's so glad to have you here with us. We also have Dr. Keith Block. You just heard him speak. He is Medical and Scientific Director with the Block Center Integrative Cancer Treatment. And welcome from Chicago, Dr. Block. Great to have you here. Thank you so much. And speaking of wonderful, we have Michael Essen, who is a chaplain for the Simsman UCLA Center for Integrative Oncology. Thank you so much for being here today, Michael, all the way from Los Angeles.
Right.
We're neighbors. It's hot there.
We're neighbors. So amazing gentlemen from all parts of the country.
Yes.
That's great.
We're so lucky.
We're doing so,
Yay.
this is so good. So,
okay. So we want to get to the questions. Let's just jump right in.
Let's jump
we
right
only
in.
have
We only
half
got
an
a
hour.
half an hour,
Well,
so
we might cheat a little
let's
bit.
roll. So Dr. Block, first for you. Sir, how can I get the level of care and treatment that you offer at your clinic if I'm unable to get there?
You know, COVID actually has been a wonderful, has a wonderful aspect, and that's this telemed and the ability for us to be able to provide almost every single thing that we do in terms of a comprehensive integrative program, running lab testing, scans, any kind of diagnostic work, long distance, is all now appropriate and legal and not an issue. We can prescribe. Fortunately, I'm licensed in a number of different states, so that's not a problem at all. We're able to develop personalized prescriptive programs for patients. there's a couple of things we can't do. I can't give infusional chemotherapy.
Thank God, no.
Unless somebody figures it out real quick of how to go, via telemedicine and get liquids going through, but anyhow, all kidding aside, I cannot chronomodulate, but I couldn't do that, in anybody's backyard without the right technology to do it. And so the pumps and the software and the trained staff and everything, is under our roof. So those are two areas. And I guess the third is we do a lot of very personalized IV infusional nutrition. So those are areas that really we need a patient's body under our roof to be able to provide. But outside of that, developing full integrative treatment regimens for patients, monitoring them is something that we've done for many years, some of it overseas, quite comfortably, and often working with the clinicians, on the in the locale that the patient is in.
Right.
Wow, great answer. I did not expect a really positive answer.
It's a
like
new
that.
world with telemedicine.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so helpful to you last year, obviously, through your cancer care during COVID. We didn't have to, schlep all the way into, UCLA or City of Hope or what have you. So thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Block.
Great answer. So for Michael Eslin, what are your top 3 tips for helping me identify and tap into my true essence, that which makes me indestructible?
Oh, I'm not one for lists of do X, Y, and Z and you'll get A.
Okay.
That's fair.
I think it's a way of being and a way of keeping your eyes and heart open to discovery. It's not do this and you will find out what your essence is. Your life will teach you whether you want the lesson or not. Your willingness to be open to it is where you have a little bit of control, to accept this current reality, to lean into it, to use the language of Pema Chodron. That would be my response to the question.
Nice response. So
Excellent.
Listen to your heart and lean into it. Okay.
It sounds like you can't lose. So,
Yep, makes sense.
Dr. Jonas, what are some suggestions for helping with social isolation during cancer treatment, especially during COVID?
Good question.
The time of COVID.
Well, there's ones you can do now, and there's ones you can ask for so that it gets built into our system. So I wrote a whole guide on social isolation. There is a increase in loneliness and social isolation that has occurred during COVID because meeting like we're meeting right now over the internet is not the same as being with somebody face to face. And I don't think it'll ever be. I don't even think our kids who are so locked into this will actually ever that. There's something about the spirit and the soul, Chaplain Eslin, that is physical. That's actually palpable, that is an exchange between individuals that can't yet be digitized and occurred over that. So acknowledging that, there have been some great ways in which social isolation has been mitigated and occurred. Okay, one of those is what we're doing right now. I'll give you an example. My 94-year-old mother was in an assisted living center. And when the pandemic came along, they locked everybody down. They started bringing the meals into the rooms, and she got much more socially isolated, and she rapidly declined. She's already thin. She lost over 10 pounds. Her mental status started to go. Clearly, she was going to die from isolation if that didn't happen. We ended up moving her to a small family unit, okay, an assisted living home that just had a few people in it, less people coming and going, so theoretically safer from the pandemic because they could control that a little bit better. And they ate together in a central thing after everybody was screened. Okay, so they had a family-like meal every single day. They would play games and they would watch, movies and sports and stuff together, etc. And she immediately started to recover. She started to
That's
walk
amazing.
better.
It's amazing.
Her mental status improved, etc. And so, getting your little pod and emphasizing the connection in your pod. So you got to ratchet it up a little bit in that area. At the same time, she was able to see her extended family through Zoom calls, just like this.
There you go.
And so we set up regular connections. We rotated. There's 4 kids in our family. We rotated calling her every single day, doing a Zoom call. She got to see her grandkids, her great grandkids, both individually and collectively, and that enhanced it. So there are a variety of ways to actually embed or increase and use technology to enhance social isolation, but you have to have that small core group of deep friends and family that you interact with. So hold on to that and make use of the technology.
Great answer. Wow, Dr. Jonas, can I hug you right now? I can hug you. Okay, moving to you,
If
Dr.
my grandson
Block.
was here, he would go up and lick the screen.
Okay, for another time. We'll
take
take
it.
that.
Nothing is what's lacking. That's it.
There you go. I'm blushing.
Which he did with his mother last night when they were FaceTiming. He went up and literally licked the screen.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
You don't have to talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm talking too loud because we had mic problems and I was just told to talk more quietly, which I'm told very often in my pod. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dr. Block, you talk, and I love this question. You talk quite a bit about the importance of chronomodulation and the positive impact it can have on chemo side effects, efficacy, and survival outcomes. Is this a common practice or specific to the Block Center? Can I get this type of approach through my current oncologist?
Well, circadian biology and paying attention to rest and sleep cycles, as well as sleep activity cycles, is really fundamental and important. And you can get that wherever you are. You just need support, education, and people to work with you that understand, how to make that work.
That's good news.
As far as providing drugs with chronomodulation, unfortunately, it requires technology to do it. It's not simply what time of day or night the drugs are given either. It's also the style of the infusion, and that requires special technology to deliver it. And the reason for that is that we normally give drugs, I think I mentioned this during the presentation, in high dose exposure. The cells get a either big bolus dose or a high concentration drip, and they're smart enough to shut their pores, go dormant, go to sleep, do whatever they can to avoid the toxicity. And what we do instead is we trickle the drug, little tiny bit of drug, and ratcheting it up slowly until and sneaking up on the cells, much in the kind of frogs in boiling water analogy. And so by capturing more cells that way, we can get far more, productive benefits for patients. But unfortunately, it does require the technology. And so it requires, at this point, travel. That's a shame because the data is there. And it was simply because it wasn't monetized early on. It was all VA hospital research funds. And so nobody ever worked on Medicare and insurance to get it covered. And very few people are willing to put out a lot of money on something that they won't get paid for. My wife and I were young. It was the 1980s. We were very idealistic. My father thought we were idiots. And we did it. And we both agree we would do it again because we believe we've saved that many lives by giving drugs this way. And we do. We have patients who travel from all over the globe to receive drugs with us and have been successful with some of them after they were completely given up on and sending them home in complete remissions. So we do know that it is relevant and valuable, but we also understand that that's an imposition on some patients, unfortunately. And, hopefully over time, that will work its way through the system as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I sure hope so, because when I was looking at chemotherapy, and your book was my Bible, Life Over Cancer, and every oncologist I went to, just when I brought up chronomodulation, just kind of poo-pooed it. It wasn't available, and we weren't to talk about it. And so disappointing. That's why I appreciated this question. And I hope that, like you're saying, that with time it will change. That's very unfortunate, but we can still go to places like the Block Center and get chronomodulation. So that's good news.
It's good that you didn't listen to Dad.
Yeah,
That
there
was
you
the
go.
important part.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Okay. So Michael, so what are your suggestions for obtaining stillness or ways to quiet the mind in the midst of crisis and chaos? And I think we all have had the opportunity the last year and a half.
And no lists, please.
And no list, please.
Well, the obvious answer is developing a meditation practice. I'm not a good meditator myself, and I don't have a regular practice, but I do view other activities as a kind of way to be mindful. And by being mindful, it means just coming to each moment with radical acceptance. It doesn't mean zoning out and going into some transcendent space. It means I notice I'm really anxious right now. I'm terrified. I'm sad. And having it be okay. And to also likewise notice that if I'm using statements like, but what if, I'm going into the future and I'm making up a story to terrorize myself that may or may not come true. Or if I'm going into the past with statements like, if only, if I just called the doctor sooner, if I'd done that test before, I'm living in the past, can't be relived. So those are ways to notice when you're not being in this moment. And we can almost handle anything in this moment. Can I breathe into it and say, okay, it hurts. Okay. That to me is a way of being totally present, but there's lots of ways to have a meditation practice without sitting down and crossing your legs. I swim every day religiously. I'm kind of OCD about it. If I miss a day, I get cranky. And it's not like I'm zoning out while I'm swimming, but somehow the movement, the water, it's a way of honoring my reality, my body, my life, and I consider it meditation, a mindfulness practice without being formally sitting down and crossing one's legs.
That's so interesting, Michael, because I swim every day and my best ideas come when I'm swimming.
Me too. I've written whole lectures swimming for an hour.
I do that too. I write.
Oh, I could put that part there. That fits with there. Oh, great. Let me get out of the pool and write it down.
And I feel great because I do practice mindfulness meditation every day. And I feel like depression comes when I'm thinking about the past and anxiety comes when I'm thinking about the future. And thank you for reminding me that I'm not crazy.
You're not crazy?
Yes.
Really? You're not? Okay. All right.
Michael said so.
Good to know.
To be constantly asking oneself, is it true? Am I making up a story about the future? Do I know this is going to happen? No. Then can I stop it? What's true right now?
Right. Okay. Excellent advice.
Wow.
Okay. So Dr. Jonas, this is a question after my own heart. What specific foods help with sleep?
Specific foods help with sleep.
Yeah.
We stumped him.
Come on. We stumped him. Oh my gosh. Because I don't have any clue.
Well, I haven't tried this yet, but I've all over the internet, and it's claimed to be extremely. I'm interested in trying it because I haven't seen the evidence for it, but it's very popular right now, and it's called a curcumin shake.
Oh.
And normally you think of curcumin as anti-inflammatory, right? As sort of a mechanism, but it's got multiple mechanisms. And this claim is that if you put it with a little milk, okay, a little whole milk, warm it up, and make sort of a hot sort of a curcumin latte out of it, that it markedly helps you sleep. Okay, so I'm going to try that one.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll be the curcumin or the milk or the hot.
Maybe all three.
Probably a combination of both. Okay. Sleep. I don't use foods per se, as maybe a question for Dr. Block specifically for sleep, other than getting on a good quality vegetable-based, high omega-3, high vitamin D, anti-inflammatory diet. And that's a lot of different foods, but the Mediterranean, especially a vegetarian or vegetable-enhanced whole foods Mediterranean-like diet, is probably the best for a lot of the things I talked about in my talk, both pain and cancer and sleep. If you combine that with a mindfulness approach that Mr. Esselin just talked about, now you've got two things hitting at the chemicals in your brain that help you go to sleep. And so I'd suggest those two things coming together will act synergistically to improve sleep. Now, there's always, that won't necessarily overcome bad sleep hygiene.
Aha.
So if you're looking at your
There you
cell
go.
phone and your TV and it's
Oh, no.
light and noisy and you've just had a couple alcoholic drinks right before you go to bed and all that kind of stuff, that is not necessarily going to be good for going, might help you go to sleep. The TV won't, but the quality of sleep will be poor. And we know that the quality of sleep is, equally as good as the quantity of sleep, or equally as important as the quantity of sleep in those areas. And so, I tell patients, don't eat a crappy diet or live a crappy lifestyle and think you can make up for it with supplements. They're called supplements for a reason. Okay, they're supposed to go on top of anything that the foundation of what you're doing, and that applies to sleep also.
Indeed.
Yay, I feel like we're doing that right too.
I think so,
and my
go ahead.
when I got a cancer diagnosis, my sleep hygiene got so much better. And to this day, I'm sleeping so well.
And I think
this is all working.
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
all true, folks.
I think, of course, sleep is one of those things that, especially in our culture, American culture, is, who needs sleep?
We can
right?
work
We're
more if
supposed
we
to
don't
be
sleep.
24/7.
Next question.
And that has got to be the critical thing to health. So
We could talk forever.
we could. Dr. Block, sir, you mentioned specific types of testing you use in your work. Are there any specific labs you feel all doctors should order to check for precursors of chronic inflammation and or persistent oxidative stress, etc.? I feel like our primary care doctors could better assist in preventing a cancer diagnosis. And if you feel that's the wrong approach, I have a follow-up question to that, but please.
Good question.
It is a good question. It's a question that probably pertains more to risk and prevention than it does actual treatment, because as soon as you start to move to a specific malignancy, testing can be far more personalized to that patient's illness. And the more information that you know coming in based on pathology and what have you, the better the lab testing decisions can be for it. We do believe there are some fingerprints that are relevant to all of us. Simple testing like a C-reactive protein for inflammation is just good to do, and along with complete blood counts and chemistries and getting urine testing done, which is very routine in almost any medical center. I think some things we should look more carefully at: glycemia and glucose levels. I think we should look more carefully at markers that are easy to look for, platelets. Even in a simple white blood count, you can look at lymphocyte levels and look at immune markers. And they're kind of basic and crude, but they're useful from a prevention perspective. But they don't go anywhere far enough for dealing with cancer in this regard. I do want to kind of just, flip back to what Wayne was talking about just a little bit on the sleep issues. For sure, caffeine, is a big problem. And if you are somebody who can drink coffee and still sleep well, you probably ought to start to either shift to decaffeinated or stop altogether by about 3 p.m. for most of us. So that could be very disruptive. Certainly, melatonin and tryptophan have a significant role, and they are high in certain foods. And we know cherries, for instance, really provide, some adequate chemicals for enhancing sleep. So there are good dietary patterns, as Wayne had mentioned, and I think we all would agree today that a plant-based anti-inflammatory regimen just makes good sense. But one last thing in terms of the practical part of this, and that is your bedroom has an enormous amount to do with sleep. And having TVs on, having lights in the bedroom on, to really get adequate ambient light out of the bedroom often requires either curtains, eye shades, as well as temperature in the bedroom, getting the temperature cool, at least 70-degree Fahrenheit or cooler. You can use blankets and stuff. It's actually the air that you breathe will help you sleep deeper. And that's fundamental and core to healing for all of us, for general detox, but certainly for anybody with a malignancy.
Wow. Okay. Our bedroom is actually pretty cold.
We
use a heating blanket.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so noted.
We're learning so much.
But the caffeine thing is not going to work.
John, you're in trouble. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, Michael, okay, what a beautiful talk and wonderful way to look at life. Thank you so much. I agree. The question: what are the top strategies? It's a list. What are the top strategies you recommend? That you recommend to patients who are having a tough time coping day to day with cancer? Feeling at peace can sometimes be so challenging.
I know this sounds paradoxical, but can I come to peace with being unpeaceful? Even that, can it be okay to be distressed today? Can it be okay to be terrified? I hear a lot of patients even call it kind of a tyranny of positive thinking, that I have to feel this positive attitude or I won't get better. Everybody knows that, and I threw myself a pity party yesterday. Such horrifying language, a way to talk about oneself. We consider compassion virtuous to feel it toward anybody else, but to feel it toward ourselves, we would call it self-pity, and it's horribly judgmental. So I would say coming to peace does not mean necessarily serenity, I'm at ease, but however it is right now, I'm okay. Can that peace be enough? Enoughness is a word that is very meaningful to me. I had a patient once in his 70s who had end-stage liver cancer, and his wife was dying at the same time, and he invited me to come into the room, and he had this demeanor as if it were cocktail time. And he
it's Bob Fosse.
And I asked him, so tell me what's going on. He said, it's the best time of my life. Wow. And he said, does that make me sound crazy? And I said, not at all. Tell me more. He said, for the first time in my life, I understand my role in life. I get it, and it's enough. I'd like to see Yellowstone one more time, but you know what? It's enough. Amazing. And that sense of enoughness to me is a direct doorway to peace. And what keeps us from experiencing enoughness is attaching ourselves and grabbing, but I can't swim anymore, but my partner's dying, but I can't run anymore, and I love that, and my hair's falling out, and my skin is terrible, and my feet hurt. To the degree that I'm attached to all those things, that my peace of mind is dependent upon being able to do everything I did before, I'm almost guaranteed suffering. I'm hoping that's helpful.
You always make me cry, Michael. You go so deep.
The tyranny of enough.
Yeah.
I
love what you're saying about being positive as opposed to self-compassion. And it makes me think of when I got my cancer diagnosis and I went to you, Dr. Jonas, and I said, how important is this being positive thing? Because it was kind of making me crazy. And you took a moment and you said, be authentic. And Dr. Block, I know you wrote that, and that helped me so much. And that actually brought me to positivity a lot, some of the time. And that was so helpful. So thank you for that.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael, for making me cry again.
There she goes. Dr. Jonas, Wayne, there's another list. Okay. You mentioned some of the ways
I don't mind lists, actually.
Okay. He's good with lists.
Good. Here it comes. You mentioned some of the ways to counter inflammation in your talk, but what are the top 3 to 5 recommendations for someone already experiencing chronic inflammation after years of dealing with chronic nerve and joint pain? I'd like to mitigate my risk and improve my health.
Yeah. So the pain and inflammation cycle, especially if it's become chronified, is a situation in which your body now perceives an injury or an inflammation as an injury, and your brain responds to it as if it's an acute injury. when it's not, okay? When it's supposed to dampen it down. And so what happens is that you get pain. Pain will increase cortisol levels, inflammatory markers, etc. That will then be responded to with inflammation, and then you'll get more pain, and then your brain you'll get this cycle back and forth. And so there's the fundamental solution to this is to break that cycle, to re-educate your brain and your body, pain and inflammation don't have to be cycling themselves back for this. So there's two ways to do that. One is through the mindfulness practices we've just talked about a little bit. And if one is able to sort of deepen the kind of mindfulness practices, and there's many, many ways to do it. I actually like to think of it not as stress and stress management, but as mental fitness.
I love it.
Where you're growing a part of your brain that actually then can now control this cycle.
Wow.
And you do that, you can do it through mindfulness, you can do it through biofeedback, you can do it through imagery, for example, multiple ways to do that. But the research has shown that if you have a deep relaxation response, parasympathetic response, even for 20 to 30 minutes a day, that a part of your brain that manages that will actually grow. They can see it on MRI scans. You've grown the brain muscle.
Wow.
And now that brain muscle can actually control a variety of things, sleep, pain, anxiety, and that type of thing better than if you hadn't been exercising it and the next stress or the next pain comes along in those areas. It also reduces inflammation. Okay, so it actually gets it. The second thing is the anti-inflammatory diet that we've talked about. So many people, if they're actually able to get on an anti-inflammatory diet, sometimes with supplements on top of that, but again, not by ignoring the diet, then they can lower the overall amount of inflammation in their body, the chronic inflammation that we now know contributes to so many multiple health problems, including risk for cancer. And that lowering of inflammatory in the body then will also help break that cycle. So unlike medications, which go right at reducing an acute inflammation, and it goes back up, et cetera, and you have to keep doing that, and there's side effects, we're talking about a general lowering of the inflammatory level. And you can measure this. You can actually measure it in the body. So again, those two fundamental things can get at those aspects.
Wow. So I'm going to be watching this Q&A again and taking notes. Great answer. What about neurofeedback? Which I've been reading about that lately.
Yeah. I love neurofeedback. I love biofeedback in general because you can train your body to do things sometimes very, very specifically. Okay. You can train your body to manipulate a particular cell receptor, for example, if you can feed that cell receptor signal back to you. And neurofeedback is an attempt to get your brain waves, using your brain waves usually, as a feedback device, then to get it into a more a successful parasympathetic alpha kind of delta stage. And it's brain exercise. It's just just like exercising a muscle.
It's all in
the more
our
you
heads.
do it, the better you get at it. Heart rate variability biofeedback is an easy thing that people can do. That is measuring parasympathetic exercise, and if you get yourself into 20 30 minutes of that a day, you'll get into that same particular state. So getting neurofeedback is more challenging because you often have to go to a place that has special devices and instruments that put it on and go in there. So I like things you can do better at home, okay, and start with those types of things.
Yeah. Okay, and heart rate variability, that's the breath and the heart, right, together, right?
The heart rate variability is the variability between heartbeats. So your heartbeats are not a metronome. It's not like boom, 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 regular. It actually varies. And when you take a deep breath, your heart rate, generally widens. And when you blow it out, it goes down. But it's happening all the time anyway. And that is directly connected to your parasympathetic nervous system through your vagus nerve. And so that's a great measure for knowing, are you exercising the relaxation response in your brain?
Okay, wow, what an answer.
It's not heart rate, okay? It's not high heart rate or low heart rate.
Right.
It's the distance between heartbeats which is why you
Okay.
need a device which you can get, plug into your smartphone to measure it.
Very nice. And we got to do this recently with Celine Tian.
Using virtual reality.
Virtual reality is very cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
It worked very nice.
Virtual reality.
Great answer. Yeah.
Great new
Okay, so much
technology.
information here. Okay, so back to you, Dr. Block, while you're drinking. Coffee. I'm sorry, probably water.
Man after my own heart.
Okay, so what are some techniques that can help my anxiety during my cancer treatment and my worry about treatment outcomes?
Well, I think Wayne has already kind of covered a number of them. Breath is profound. Working with somebody to train you in various stress techniques, but breath being a fundamental one because we have to continually doing it. So it brings us back to a main focus and a reminder. And those of us who spend time in meditative practices or breath practices often it'll be the first thing that triggers a warning sign that we notice we're breathing differently. And so it can be enormously helpful. But there are, besides, stress reduction techniques, in which one of them, there are direct effects in terms of really changing and shifting what you might call your psyche integrity. And the integrity of kind of where we're at any moment, and being with that and not, running off in our minds in different directions and stuff, impacts us in a variety of ways. It impacts our terrain. It impacts the host biochemistry in a very real way. It impacts our cortisol levels. We should be waking up in the morning with a full tank of gas. So cortisol is not a bad thing. We want a full tank of gas. We want a full amount of this anti-inflammatory natural steroid that we produce. Poor sleep habits, lots of stress, be that physical or emotional, can reduce that tank from being filled up. But then it should cascade down during the day and quietly run a nice, circadian kind of rhythm with the cortisol levels. And if you don't have enough cortisol and you run out, you are also very prone to developing inflammation. These different types of management techniques in terms of stress and biobehavioral related issues are definitely affecting our glycemia, our hyperinsulinemia, our glucose levels, our insulin levels. They affect our platelets, in fact. Platelet aggregation, activated platelets, and aggregation is a major risk factor, not just for developing clots and thrombi, a major reason that patients get into deep trouble and often lose their lives with cancer, but actually dissemination and metastases is directly associated with platelet activation and aggregation. And by eating healthier diets, by being calmer, by working with healthy fitness regimens, and all kinds of supplements, we're able to deactivate and deaggregate platelets, which reduces the ability. So a cancer spreads by the cells breaking through the basement membrane. Think of the basement of your house to get access to the water, or if you will, the gas lines. And that breaching occurs from activated platelets. They actually will breach the basement membrane. Then both cancer cells and platelets can enter the rivers of the body, your blood vessels, as well as your lymph vessels. At that time, now you have platelets entering and you have cancer cells entering, and the platelets will actually act as a shield around the cancer cells, preventing the immune system from getting access to them. They now can migrate through your system. One of those platelets can drop down and actually cause a breach in the vessel, dropping new cancer cells into a new location, and now you have dissemination and metastases occurring. And if we deactivate and deaggregate platelets by eating better, by thinking better, by spending time relaxing and managing some of the circumstances around a cancer diagnosis better, we actually can affect that biology that is responsible for platelet and cancer dissemination. In this regard, also, there are other issues that come into play because one's environment, this biochemical terrain, if you will, influences stemness. So we have healthy, normal stem cells that are in our systems from birth, and they're there to repair injury. They're there to repair and to recuperate from any kind of damage that occurs in our bodies. But the problem is that if we develop an environment that is disrupted in a significant way, be that pro-inflammatory, be that sticky platelets, be that oxidative stress, any of that will drive the biology to be adverse. And now a normal cell, a normal stem cell, can convert in an adverse environment into a cancer stem cell. And that actually we knew about. There was thinking about that back in the Ming Dynasty 5,000 years ago. But it wasn't until 1991, actually, only 30 years ago, that we actually hit on the money that they're real. Cancer stem cells really exist. And they are very why patients like my grandmother would recur with metastatic breast cancer 25 years later, because these cells can lie dormant for many years. So taking care of ourselves long-term becomes quite critical and quite important. I do want to say one thing, just because I didn't mention oxidation, but it brings me back to your chat box that was taking place during a few of the different talks, and antioxidants were raised in the chat room, suggesting that the use of antioxidants during chemotherapy and radiation therapy is contraindicated. I would actually strongly disagree with that. And rather than take the time today to do that, I think what I'll do is send you, Cynthia and John, some articles that we have done, both lay-friendly ones as well as scientific articles, reviewing 5 databases in the literature, contradicting that contradiction.
Wow.
I would actually argue very strongly that used properly, and I want to be careful on that, but used properly, antioxidants actually have a very profound role diminishing toxicity, enhancing efficacy, and really being quite important in cancer treatment, along with conventional drugs.
Thank you, Dr. Bly. Please, please
yes,
send that
please
information
send them,
along.
and we will publish them on our
Absolutely.
website and anywhere else we can think to publish them.
Certainly.
All of this is so complicated, but really, in a way, you're all saying, take care of yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
I think
that's what I keep hearing.
That's the takeaway. Do we have a time for a couple more?
We're over time, but we have so many more questions.
Okay.
A couple more?
Just a couple. Yeah,
Okay.
I think we have 2 more.
Yes.
That's all. So is
Well,
it?
we actually have a number more.
Okay. I think I have Michael. I think. Okay, quickly here. When someone is diagnosed with cancer, I think the response is universal. Hey, above all things, we want to live, of course. As a person with chronic pain, when a doctor recommends a treatment I don't feel good about, I normally say, I'm not sure this is right for me, but then ask for more information. However, if I ever did get a cancer diagnosis, I think I'd be too terrified to push back on treatment recommendations. What advice would you give to help me feel more empowered to speak up, to be my own advocate?
I have this conversation frequently with patients when their disease has progressed a long way and they're in their 3rd drug trial, and you can either do this or you can stop treatment and go to more palliative or hospice measures. The line in the sand is fluid and changeable. I had a patient once in his 70s, a very vibrant, ebullient man who had finally just hit a wall and said, that's it, no more, Michael. His face had just fallen when I saw him in the clinic. And then his doctor said, but we've got this new drug trial coming. He says, I'm in. Everything changed on a dime. The line in the sand shifted. That's why maybe the cliche is it's a line in the sand, it's not a line in cement.
Wow.
So I think to even conjecture, how will I be if I get the cancer diagnosis? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Good point. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all I have to say. Trying to anticipate how I will be if somebody dies. If I get this diagnosis, you just don't know.
It's living in the future, right?
Can I come to peace with I don't know? I'll make that decision at the time, and it might change the next day. And that has to be okay.
I don't know how many times I said to John, if I ever get cancer, I would never fight it. And that was a line not in the cement.
17 sessions of chemo later. Right. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Michael. Wow. Okay. So Wayne, Dr. Jonas, I have one more question for you. I'm getting a little loopy. If you don't have to leave, I know you have to leave in like 2 minutes. Okay. So what integrative techniques have you found most beneficial to, and this is Cap, nearly all patients undergoing treatment for chronic pain and or cancer? A list of.
You want a list or one?
Let's go with one.
Let's go with one.
Well,
the best one.
It's to actually find the kind of advocate that Michael just described. And I see Cynthia, you're sitting next to yours, right? But many people don't have that.
Right.
And it has to be someone who truly will help you balance out the power differential between the oncology industry that we're all caught up in and your life and what's meaningful and important for you in your life. Right. And so your advocate has to know you. You have to trust them. They have to be able to be authentic with you, honest.
That means a positive.
Yeah.
Because the patient that Mr. Estlin just described probably didn't have an advocate. He just said, "I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this." He was buying into the power, the perceived power of the Oncology Society, when the likelihood of that power benefiting him was probably very low. So he didn't actually have an advocate, to do that. And so finding an advocate, if you don't have one, and then helping them to understand what their role is in that, to know you and to represent you and to advocate literally for you against a very powerful force, which is the cancer industry. And the cancer industry is not doing this to harm you. They're doing it to help you, right? But, they see you as a patient. They have their role. They want to put their checklist together and get it done.
And you're supposed to do it their way.
And they know practically, they often will know nothing about what's important to you in life, right?
Very well said.
They're just thinking treatment, cells, side effects, complete, done, boom, right?
And that individualized care is the way we do it.
Exactly.
I had an oncologist saying, I've never
a single, if you are diagnosed with cancer, and it's anywhere in the stage of cancer, it could be towards the end of life, very important, but at the very beginning also in terms of mitigating fear, because when you're afraid, you can't get up, you can't make decisions for yourself, can't even see yourself, don't even know what you really, really want then, right? Because you're only seeing that in front of you. So the advocate can be there with you through that whole aspect. So I would say that's the most important thing. The second most important thing.
Oh, we're going on the list. I love it. You can't help it.
Okay.
You can't help yourself.
That's good. It's good to have two.
Is the breathing techniques that Dr. Block just described.
Yeah.
Because it's your fundamental go-to. It's the bridge between the inner and the outer life, right? It's the unconscious processes that we can actually consciously control, okay? So it is a fundamental behavior that can help you sort of learn how to step back, know yourself better, know your environment better, and make wiser and deeper decisions that are important for you. So I would say that's the second thing. And then the third thing, always got to come in threes, right? West.
I love it.
The third thing is sleep.
Yeah.
I would say sleep is the third thing. I know Dr. Block would say it's food. I'd say without the mindfulness and the breath and the sleep component, you actually can't do the behavioral changes in the food. That's the fourth thing.
Do you two want to fight it out here?
You guys can take this offline.
That's the fourth thing. So
Okay.
it would be the food. Absolutely.
Okay, wow. This
Excellent.
is
Okay.
I
Well,
feel so validated. I
do
think
feel so
we all feel so
validated.
validated.
And, it's that
And
mind-boggling.
then
I'm
the
just-
fifth thing is swimming.
I'm going to swim an extra 5
think
laps.
Michael-
Read
Michael
my
can
call.
do that.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
pay
talked about.
extra
Swimming
attention.
combines breathing, right? It combines meditation.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the food didn't get the food in there, but anyway. It's
I'm going to
good
do an
for-
extra long meditation for you, Dr. Jonas, today. And Dr. Block, I'm going to read one of your I keep reading your book, and I'm going to read a chapter tomorrow because I just love you guys.
To piggyback off of Wayne and Michael, I actually suggest my wife's work, which is the, I think, 3rd or 4th chapter in Life Over Cancer on the A team. And
Okay, I'll read
Yes.
that one.
I remember.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Of
May
course, I remember the 18th.
one of your doctors. It may include an integrative physician on the team, but the team is really your team. Very much with both, Wayne and Michael are talking about in terms of this immediate other that you completely trust, but you also allow the space to communicate what they're really hearing and what they're seeing, how you're experiencing things, because it's rather profound. And, I had a patient just yesterday, it's just so germane to this discussion, who said to me, I've been treating him for quite a while with a non-small cell lung with brain metastases. He just very recently got essentially clean scans and is just, totally thrilled, as you can well imagine. He said that if you'd have asked me a year before I got diagnosed with metastatic cancer, what and how I would have been at the time of the diagnosis, it would have been dramatically different than how I actually was. He said, profoundly, over the several months after the diagnosis, my appreciation for every moment of my life changed so significantly and was so, core to who he has become in just a short few years. So I'm not so sure that we really know until we're there how we're going to respond and how we're going to react. And I do think that putting these teams together, and they usually are only a few people. It's not that you need a team of multitudes.
Right.
But that is really quite profound and quite important in terms of being able to get through this process effectively and successfily.
You all make me think that cancer is doable. And thank you. You're
Cancer
all
and
so
pain.
incredible. Yeah, cancer and pain. Well, yeah. Thank you, Michael Estlin. My goodness, you're one of my heroes. And thank you, Dr. Wayne Jonas. You're one of my heroes. And Dr. Block, thank you so much. You guys, we could talk forever,
Sure.
but I mean, we really could. And just thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We love you so much. We love you so much. Okay, so, and everybody else, now on to the second part of this amazing day. And we are going to start with
We've got another part to go.
with our experience session moderated by the one and only amazing Rhonda Smith. So now back to birthday boy, Rich Tamayo at TVP Studios. And happy birthday, Rich. Thank you all. I love you. And back to you. Back to you, Rich. Back to studio. Thank you so much. This is so wonderful. I love my team.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Smith, and welcome to the Ups and Downs of the Pain Cancer Experience. I am the moderator for the panel discussion today, and just a little bit about me before we get into learning a little bit more about our panelists for today. I am a 13-year breast cancer survivor who, like many of the panelists you will hear from today, have turned their cancer journey and experience into living a more meaningful and purpose-driven life. My life before cancer was very busy. I was a consultant, traveling all the time, and in 2008 was diagnosed with breast cancer and also dealt with, on the other side of that, the downturn in the economy. And while it may not have been the greatest experience for my cancer diagnosis and having to deal with a recession, being self-employed, it really created an opportunity for me to think differently about my life and my priorities, how I should be living my life, and what really was important to me. So instead of work being my most important driving force, my health and wellness was the most important thing. And so I knew going forward that I wanted to live my life in a way that was driven by my passion and purpose. And I spent time figuring out what that was going to be. And what that led me to was really focusing on helping women understand how to recover from breast cancer treatment, restore their lives back to normal, and live their lives well beyond breast cancer in a holistic and healthy, purpose-driven way. And so fast forward that to now, the work that I do still does relate to breast cancer, but more so importantly, I do work every day to prevent people of color and people who live in underserved communities from dying from diseases they shouldn't be dying from unnecessarily so. So basically, working to advance health equity for people in California who live in those circumstances. And so now today, I am leading an organization that focuses on advancing health equity for Black Californians. Now, while I don't have my own personal experience with chronic pain that results directly from my breast cancer diagnosis, I do know what chronic pain feels like. And I so appreciate what each of the individuals on the panel today go through on a daily basis just to try to have some sense of normalcy, despite the disruption that their chronic pain has caused in their lives. And so before I begin to introduce the panelists, I would like to thank the Grace Foundation for the opportunity to be here today to participate in the conference and facilitate an important discussion. And so now getting into what you're here for today, the ups and downs of the pain cancer experience. The panel features 4 individuals who will discuss their real life challenges of their pain and cancer experience, share some tips and advice on how to obtain the best care and outcomes, and then also some of the gifts that they have gathered along the way in their cancer journey. So let's begin with Donna Pinto. Donna is an avid researcher, a blogger, a certified nutritionist, health coach, and advocate for informed decision-making and proactive wellness practices. She's been dealing with her chronic pain condition for about 11 years, and that has stemmed from her DCIS diagnosis, also known as stage 0 breast cancer. Donna has turned that experience into amazing work and advocacy and has founded Give Wellness as her way of sort of paying her gratitude and learnings and wellness experience for going forward. Donna is also a patient advocate on 2 major research projects across the US and internationally as well that have the goal of understanding DCIS better and preventing unnecessary overtreatment of women diagnosed with stage 0 cancer and DCIS. She has a blog called DCIS 411, and through her blog DCIS 411, Donna has inspired many women worldwide to find peace and wellness following their diagnosis of DCIS. Next is Karen Smith, no relation. Not that I'm aware of. She was the director of public relations for St. Francis Xavier University in Nova Scotia. She has been dealing with her chronic pain condition for about 38 years, which has stemmed from unsuccessful back surgeries and dealing with spinal stenosis and nerve root entrapment. Karen has become a member of the Canadian Pain Society and IASP. Karen is a member of the Canadian Pain Society and IASP P. She was the first of two patients appointed to the Canadian Pain Society Scientific Committee. She is also part of a mentoring program for students in the healthcare professions at Dalhousie University, and she makes public presentations focusing on stigma and social consequences of pain. Next is Henry Contreras. He is an attorney licensed by the state of California who spent his professional career in public service. Henry has served as a staff attorney for the California State Legislature and senior staff positions in the California State Assembly and House of Representatives. He has been dealing with pain for about 18 years that stems from colon cancer. His advocacy work has been focused on helping to organize and promote policy and budget issues affecting seniors and people with disabilities at all levels of government, and also focuses on issues relating to healthcare and health and human services. And last but certainly not least is Tom Norris. He, for 23 years, has been in management in the United States Air Force. He has been a longtime member of the American Chronic Pain Association, otherwise known as ACPA, and where he has facilitated support groups and also has been head of the ACPA Members Advisory Committee. He has been an administrative assistant at the Christ the King Catholic Church and has dealt with chronic pain for about 37 years, which has come from testicular cancer and the pain of radiation treatment that has caused leg, hip, groin, and back pain from bone tissue and muscle damage from the radiation treatment. He, like many of the others on the panel today, has turned his experience into advocacy and has led many support groups for the last 20 years for ACPA, and also sponsors the development of peer-led support groups and circulates information about chronic pain to doctors and the public in general. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to the panelists for them to give a bit of information about their own perspectives and experience in their cancer pain journey. So I'd like to start with Karen. So Karen, tell us a little bit about you and what you'd like to share about your perspective in the cancer pain experience.
Well, first of all, I was diagnosed with chronic pain over 38 years ago. And little did I know, when I disobeyed my mother, I snuck out of the house and went tobogganing and went down the biggest hill. My toboggan flipped over, and I broke a vertebrae in my back. And over the years, I had a bony overgrowth, and it caught the S1 nerve, the sciatic nerve in my leg. And I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2017, and I had a lumpectomy and removal of some lymph nodes, and I didn't do chemotherapy. It was offered, but I was worried about the nerves in my spine being damaged. However, I did have radiation, and unfortunately, when you have one chronic pain condition, you can be predisposed to get another, and the radiation can cause neuropathic pain. And 4 months after my last treatment, I developed neuropathic pain in my chest wall, and that is like having sciatica in your chest wall. So it's almost like my back stuff came into my chest wall. So when both of them are going screaming at the time, it is extremely difficult to cope, but I have some terrific coping skills I use, and perhaps we can talk about them a little later.
Great. Thank you, Karen, very much. You are definitely a positive role model for people living with chronic pain. Next up is Tom. Tom, can you take a couple of minutes and share your perspective on your pain and cancer journey?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel. Yeah, I wound up with testicular cancer when I was 35, and wound up having both testicles removed and 30 days of radiation treatment. Subsequent to that, I developed pain and started the pain journey through the Air Force. Wound up being medically retired from the Air Force because, as they said, they couldn't do anything about my pain. When I went before the board, the last thing they said after they had retired me is, "You'll never be able to do anything." And even though I was doped up on medication, I replied, "Just hide and watch." And really, that's been the mantra for me this entire time, which is 30 years ago, 32 years ago, as a matter of fact. I have tried everything I can to help myself and to help others. I realized that I was not by myself. and that people did not know how to deal with pain. So I joined the American Chronic Pain Association, and have been doing support groups ever since. If I had to say one thing I've learned is you can always have hope, and that you're not alone, and there's somebody else be there for you.
Thank you, Tom. Donna, you're up next.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here with everyone, and appreciate always sharing my story as widely as possible, because I know it's going to help other people become educated. So most people understand the cancer comes in 4 stages. What most people have not heard about, including myself, when I was given this diagnosis, was called stage 0 breast cancer. It's known as ductal carcinoma in situ. And I think when you're given this diagnosis, all you hear is carcinoma. And for me, I didn't have any understanding of what that meant. But right when I was given the diagnosis, I was told I need to decide immediately whether to have a mastectomy or a partial mastectomy and 7 weeks of daily radiation. And then I was told I need to go see a medical oncologist, a radiation oncologist, get an MRI, schedule the surgeries. I mean, it was just complete overwhelm. I was only 44 years old, had 2 young kids, completely fit and healthy. This was just something that showed up on a mammogram, screening mammogram. And what I learned when I went home afterwards, because I was just in shock to hear mastectomy or 7 weeks radiation, and I did ask some questions like, is there anything I can do differently with my diet? And the nurse said, oh, no, this is, this has nothing to do with your diet or health. It just doesn't pick like that. And she's like, would you like a prescription for Xanax? Because I think they know they're giving a anxiety disorder. And so when I went home and I started Googling and finding out what is DCIS, I learned that this is 60,000 women a year get this diagnosis, and the standard of care is just as aggressive treatment as invasive cancer. And so I was more afraid of the treatments than the actual diagnosis as I kind of learned more about this condition. And I started to learn that there was a problem in our medical system and something called overdiagnosis and overtreatment. And so I had already had a needle biopsy and a surgical biopsy because I knew nothing at that point. And so there was quite a lot of pain from just both those procedures, and they're quite invasive. And so my whole experience of educating myself, because I put the brakes on and started getting second opinions on pathology and surgery opinions, and I just didn't feel right about it. My gut knew something is not right with what this is. And I found doctors and researchers that were sort of on the leading edge to change standard of care. And so I gravitated towards, finding more research and what they were publishing, and put together a website based on those doctors who were not getting out in the public as much. It was not like what you would be hearing every October. You hear, get your mammogram, but no one's saying there is this great possibility of overdiagnosis and overtreatment. And the problem with the overdiagnosis, and then which leads directly to overtreatment, is those treatments are very, very aggressive and invasive and cause pain. I did end up having 2 more surgeries because of another scare 2 years into my journey. It ended up still being DCIS, which is a non-invasive, what they're calling a precancer, but it's not necessarily a precancer because it may never become cancer in 80%. So it's sort of like a just in case. So these are very, very radical and aggressive treatments. Some women have weeks of radiation. Some women are having double mastectomies. Some are having hormone blocking treatment that they were encouraging me to do all of this. I would have went straight into menopause at age 44. And so because I took a different path and put the brakes on and was saying, I want to wait, I'm looking at all this new research, I was kind of dismissed by my doctors, and I had to find new doctors. So there's the emotional toll and pain of being sort of feeling like you're all alone. I had to create my own support groups and my own website because I didn't find it out there. And so now here we are 11 years later, and it's like a movement has started. or the momentum is already going, because I was asked to be involved with the advocacy as a patient advocate and the research going on to really stop over-treating women. The pain from my surgeries, I had 3 incisions on one sensitive area of the body, is right by the areola, the nipple of the breast, and so that really affected my sensitivity. I had about 5 inches or 5 centimeters, which is 2.5 inches taken out of my breast. And so now the research is showing that those surgeries may have not have been necessary. And even the biopsy and the mammogram at age 40, they're now pushing it to start at 50 because of this problem that is not really known. One of my main concerns is that we do need safer, more accurate imaging and education for women, so that the right treatment and the right cancers will be found and treated early, and the ones that don't need to be found and treated, and women will not be scared. And there's a financial toxicity. There's so many factors. It affects everybody in the family, my husband, my kids, sisters, my mom. Everybody's living sort of in fear. And that's just a huge devastation in someone's life. And if it isn't necessary, then it's kind of a double whammy. So I'm, happy today that I'm leading this way, and really I became a certified nutritionist because I studied the effects of nutrients and risk reduction of all cancers and all illness just through holistic lifestyle, diet, and stress reduction, sleep, all these factors that nobody's really talking about in the medical community. So that's kind of my goal, is to advance and bring these two camps together, the conventional medical world, which is necessary for some, and then the integrative, holistic side of things, which is necessary for everyone, because it's just, that's health. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that. And you're right, every woman's diagnosis is different, but I think the most important thing that you mentioned is that while there's no surefire way to prevent cancer, any type of cancer, whether it's breast or other, from happening, what we can do is focus on those risk factors that we can control, like our lifestyle, what we eat, and other things that we can't control, genetics and things of that nature. But there are some risk factors that we can control, and it's important that we focus on those that we can, to minimize our risk. So thank you for bringing that more attention to that. And so certainly last but not least, Henry, tell us a bit about your story.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to participate. My pain cancer story is mostly about how silos in the healthcare delivery system can negatively affect both. Because in 2009, I was in the 7th year of pain disability. It resulted from a workplace-related accident, and it went on for 18 years. The problem was that because it occurred at work, I was forced to go through the workers' comp system, which at the time had been generating a lot of publicity in the legislature and amongst the public, that there was rampant fraud in the workers' comp system and that reforms were necessary. I spent a number of years in the legislature opposing those efforts to cut benefits and otherwise deny access to people in pain. So even though the workers' comp system had been set up as a way to be a gatekeeper to increase costs, those reforms actually gave them the key to lock the door, which they proceeded to do. So, finally diagnosed with colon cancer, I had a lot of concerns because I've been going through the workers' comp system, not receiving very good care. It's a very adversarial process. So even my workers' comp doctor, had doubts about how much pain I had and how it's impacting my life. And so I went through a long process of fail first therapy, where I was given ineffective medications that only made my condition worse. Finally, he prescribed OxyContin. And I was concerned about that because I had been working on healthcare issues for a number of years. And rumors starting about possible addiction to opioids, and I was concerned deaths that I've been scheduled for to deal with colon cancer polyps was going to result in increased pain, which it did. I ended up losing a good portion of my colon, although I'm happy to report that I've been cancer-free ever since. But the problem was that before surgery, I approached the surgeon and I explained to her that I had been dealing with chronic pain for many years, and that even though I was on OxyContin, looking for me. So she sort of said she understood what I meant and said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure that you're taken care of." Unfortunately, it was a miscommunication, because while I was looking for an alternative to OxyContin, she just wanted to prescribe stronger medication post-surgery while I was being hospitalized. And what she prescribed me didn't make it any better. I was in considerable pain as a result of the surgery. And it had a cyclical effect on my chronic pain condition. So I couldn't move around very much. I was sedentary. It was difficult to sleep and to deal with this additional cycle of pain. It turned out that she thought it was just going to be a temporary problem with me. And she went on vacation for 3 weeks. And in that time, the dual surgery problems reemerged again. And she finally returned. She apologized. Said, "Oh, I didn't mean to give you an alternative to OxyContin. We're not allowed to do that. You're in the workers' comp system, and that's where you get your medications from." So it's ironic that this miscommunication had such a long-term impact on me. And it's really a reflection of silos of care. I finally took over my own healthcare decisions and advocated for better care. My primary care doctor finally understood what I was driving at, and she told me that Kaiser had a chronic pain management program that consisted of a number of classes and consultations and visits with other kinds of experts. That took about 7 months to go through all of that. But when I finally went through it and met all the rigorous requirements, I was able to see a chronic pain specialist. And I gave him my life story, and he actually was very understanding, because he had originally been hired by Kaiser to deal with patients abusing chronic pain medications. And what he discovered was that a lot of people are genuinely in pain and they're not being helped. So he took me off of OxyContin and gave me morphine, and it literally changed my life within 20 minutes after he first gave it to me. My pain was much more reduced. Over the next several years, I was finally able to engage in exercise, and finally, after 18 years of dealing with chronic pain, I was able to reduce it significantly today, where I have about 80% recovery. So the irony of my story is that while cancer surgery saved my life, it actually made my chronic pain worse because of the nature of the adversarial system and the fact that there are silos of care that still exist today. And navigating around them is never easy.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank everybody for sharing your story. And so Tom touched on this when he shared his story, but I want to hear from others about the lessons that they learned from their pain cancer experience. So Henry, let's start with you. And so what is it that you learned aside from, that the medical system works in silos and the importance of self-advocacy?
Part of it came about because I met Cynthia when I was in the legislature. I was working for the California Foundation for Independent Living Center, and I was helping to promote one of her failed first bills. And what she taught me in a number of email exchanges and by reading her book is that you have to take control over your healthcare. You can't just listen to doctors and accept what they say. And more importantly, you have to stop looking at yourself as being a victim, because by definition, being a victim means you're not going to exert any kind of control over your care. And so that's what I did. And the last lesson was for me to do something about it, which I accomplished when I served as the public policy director of the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers, an advocacy organization for people with disabilities. And I continued to resound that theme about the danger of silos of care and taking control over your healthcare.
Okay. And Karen, anything you'd like to add to the lessons learned?
One thing I learned is that the surgeon, the medical team, well, it wasn't really a team, it was just a couple of physicians. Although they knew I had chronic pain, nobody really discussed the possibility of issues relating to perhaps having more pain or problems even having general anesthetic because I have a pain patch. So I found out that I had to do all the work for that. And I was nervous even having general anesthetic, even though I haven't had general anesthetic for 20 years, although I'm wearing a pain patch. So even talking to the anesthesiologist, I didn't get the information I wanted. And I let him get away with not really answering my question because he changed the topic. So there has to be some more coordination, especially if you have chronic pain and you're having any kind of medical treatments. They put them in separate categories, and chronic pain is me. And it doesn't define me. It's just something that is here. And I think that there has coordination and pay attention that this is a chronic pain patient going through other surgery, and what are the pros and cons of that.
Great. Thank you very much. And Donna, anything you would like to add about lessons learned?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. One of the most important things I learned and I share with other people is get a second opinion or third opinion or fourth opinion. If it doesn't feel right, follow your gut, keep asking, keep searching until you find someone, a medical professional that you're in alignment with. And that was something critical for me. I kept going. It just didn't feel right. And I found, expert pathologists who informed me 25% of the time the pathology is wrong and all the treatment decisions are based off of that. So, and then there's new tests and there's clinical trials and there's support groups that, for me in the beginning, I didn't know any of this. And I put together a website so that I can make it easy for people to find these resources, but really reach out and there is support there. For people that are going through, whatever, if it's cancer, chronic pain. My mom went through chronic pain and I was on all these message boards. So those two are really, really big, having and that, keep educating yourself and feeling empowered rather than helpless. And one of the, a book that I read called Anti-Cancer, there was a study done that showed in rats that helplessness feeds cancer. So the more empowered we are, the more, we're going to better our health outcomes.
Yeah. So two key things that you said just now. One is, it's important for us to be at the center of decision making for our own care, no matter what the diagnosis is. That's an important part that we play in our healthcare and managing that process. And then the second thing is the whole concept of mind over matter, right? The mind is a powerful thing. And there's the scientific term is psychoneuroimmunology. And basically that means that, if you have more of a positive outlook on your situation, that can definitely impact you physically, mentally, emotionally, and even spiritually. But it definitely can, there is that connection between the mind and the physiological aspects of your well-being. So thank you for bringing that up. And so I think some of you touched upon this when you shared your story, but if you can dig a little bit deeper and talk about some of the greatest challenges that you may have faced during your whole experience and cancer journey, especially in the context of the pain associated with that. So Tom, can you share a little bit about that with us?
Yes, thank you. I guess the biggest challenge initially was getting someone to believe that I had pain. The entire time I was in the Air Force, which is where the pain started, nobody believed that there was such a thing as chronic pain. Now things have changed since then, but the thing where people did not believe me or did not know that there was a way to handle chronic pain left me totally alone. And I think as an addendum to that, and that has continued. It was finding the help that I needed to deal with the psychological effects of chronic pain. I mean, in my case, to put it bluntly, I was emasculated, and never in until I went and found a therapist on my own was that addressed. And the self concept in realizing that you have value, even though you have pain and you've been through the cancer, uh, is a big challenge for everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're right. I think looking at the whole person and instead of just one aspect of the person definitely is an important factor when we talk about not just the disease, but also in recovery and in our complete wellness. So thank you for bringing that up. So I'd like to move on to another question, and curious to know whether or not the bigger challenge for each of you was your pain or your cancer. If it's possible to trade one for the other, or to say one was more of a challenge than the other. So Karen, how about you?
I would say my chronic pain, worst of the two. And with my cancer diagnosis, because I was familiar with all the jargon and all the procedures with breast cancer, because there's so much cancer and with my own mother and my mother's family. But the last 30 some years has been way more difficult for me for a number of reasons: loss of income, loss of job, than the cancer pain. Even though the cancer pain is horrible, but it was particularly hard with the chronic pain condition. That is. I hope I can still say this, much worse than the cancer pain. We'll see what happens with the cancer pain a little later on, but
Gotcha.
the chronic pain is worse.
Okay, thank you. Henry, what about you?
Definitely chronic pain, because if I had not had a chronic pain disability at the time of the surgery, even though it was a major surgery, I think I would have recovered a lot more quickly. As I mentioned before, it just created this cycle of surgical pain impacting my more general pain, and so that was definitely the more difficult thing to overcome. I was lucky in the sense I didn't have to go through chemo or radiation, so at least there was a finite end to my cancer treatment after I tested negative with further colonoscopies. So definitely chronic pain.
Great. And then Donna, how about you?
Yeah, I would say the emotional pain that I experience, I know a lot of women experience going through this. They've even done studies on stage 0 DCIS being more of an anxiety producing experience, depression, anxiety, than if you had stage 1 or 2 or 3 cancer. And you go get your treatment and it's kind of over with. With DCIS, there's so much uncertainty, and I think we tend to have a hard time with uncertainty. We want more definitive, like this is what the treatment is and this is what your outcome's going to be. And so the uncertainty is hard for a lot of people. It took me about 2 years to really be able to get over the fear that I was going to die when I didn't even have a condition that had a it had like a 99% survival, but that fear was very, very real and very strong. And I learned how to get over that through my own means, and educating myself. And that's why I want to help other women understand this and their families, because it's devastating. And then when they dole out the anxiety drugs, those are highly addicting, and that can cause a cascade of problems in itself.
Definitely. So thank you. And then Tom, what was your bigger challenge, the pain or the cancer?
I would have to say my pain. Now, as a caveat to that, I am now dealing with bladder cancer and the problems associated with that. But all the way along, cancer was something that people could say, okay, well, I can fix that. Where it came down to the chronic pain, no one knew how to deal with it. So yes, to reiterate, I agree with everybody that the pain was the bigger issue.
Great. And so you talked about some of the lessons learned, but I'm really curious to know what the best tips you have for getting quality care under the circumstances, especially since chronic pain seems to be more of a challenge and maybe even more of a mystery to deal with than cancer itself. So what are the best tips you have for getting the quality care and also navigating through the system of care? So Tom, let's start with you. We'll work backwards and start with you.
Okay. Yeah, the first thing that I would suggest to anybody with chronic pain is you've got to be educated. You've got to know what your situation is. You've got to know your symptoms and learn as much as you can about your condition. And then the big thing afterwards is learning how to communicate with your doctor. And then making sure the doctor listens to you. I am a proponent for writing down questions for the doctor before I go into a session, and making sure that the technicians have the copy of the questions. It's with the guide of what to talk about, you have a better chance of getting an answer.
And then Donna, what would you give as a best tip for getting quality care and helping to navigate through the system?
Yeah, I would reiterate ditto what Tom just said. Writing down questions, talking with people like myself or anyone else that's in the advocacy world to ask what questions maybe that they're not thinking about. The other thing I often did myself and I recommend is to ask your doctor if you can record this session, because it can be so overwhelming with all the new jargon and terminology, and you miss things. And I find that, or if you take notes or record it, it really, really helps. I have a lot of recordings of doctors I go back to, and I just think, wow, I didn't even realize what I learned later on. So most doctors will agree to that. I only had one oncologist who said no in the very beginning. And it is so helpful. And when I went to UCSF, they actually give a PhD student part of their decision support, shared decision making program. They have a PhD student with you. They have questions beforehand. They take notes for you. They record it. I was like, wow, this is like a model program. So that's one big thing I would say.
Great. So I'm sure, like myself, all of you, maybe, once a year when it's time for our annual checkup or screening, that you have some anxiety when it comes to whether it's going for a mammogram or some other screening or diagnostic test. So for Karen and Henry, do you have any best tips or recommendations, suggestions for how to deal with that anxiety and how to mitigate that?
The only anxiety I really have in my checkups is I have a really hard time having a mammography when I have neuropathic pain in the breast. And I always say to the tech, get me a bottle of scotch. And she never knows what no, I'm not a drinker, but it's just something to say. And just because that's horrible for me. And so, I have to do it every year, and I have the MRI. And so my head's already waiting for the procedure, and the pain's terrible, and they feel bad. And so that's the anxious part. And that is so bad for like weeks after. I don't really think about, I'm really glad when I get a good report. I have the last couple of years, but that's not really important to me at the time. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. I think Henry, you wanted to add something there?
Actually, for me, anxiety with respect to testing hasn't been an issue for a while. It was after I had my surgery and I went for annual colon cancer testing. But the feedback I got was that there was no reoccurrence. I was clear. And so the last test I had was 5 years ago. And if I need to take another one, having gone through the experience, I'm more than happy to do it just to confirm my status. So it doesn't cause anxiety for me.
Okay. And then Tom, what about you? I think you were about to say something.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity again. I have really high anxiety about anything associated with pain or cancer. I have PTSD from the military, but I think I also have PTSD from the surgeries and all the cancer treatment. The best trick that I've done, that I've discovered, is when I am being examined for the cancer, the current cancer, and what have you, I use virtual reality. I mean, it's a new technique, but when I'm being examined or being prodded or treated, I slip on the virtual reality headset, and I'm someplace else, and I don't feel the anxiety. But that's just a new technique that seems to help.
Great. So thank you all for sharing that. I'd like to ask one last question as part of wrapping up our conversation for today. And if you had to leave one thing that you wanted people with pain and cancer to know, and you want to leave them or share an important message, what would that be for the people watching the panel today? So let's start with you, Donna.
I think it's been said over and over, be your own advocate. You're your best, you know your health in your body the best. And a lot of doctors will say, stay off the internet, but I say just the opposite and seek out people like us that are the advocates that have been down the road and, have learned things and have invested all of our time and energy into understanding certain conditions, pain, cancer, and want to help other people because we're the genuine, kind of like learning from the school of hard knocks. And so I'd say, seek out people just like us, and these kinds of conferences are invaluable.
Great, thank you. And Karen, anything else you'd like to add in terms of sharing an important message with the people watching today?
With pain in general, it's really important, whether it's cancer pain or chronic pain, to have some great people in your life and have distractions. Generally, you can't cure your chronic pain. You have to learn to live with it, and that is tough, tough, tough. And use music therapy and laughter and things like that, and do your homework, do your research. Don't ever go to the doctor, have a doctor appointment by yourself. It's too stressful. I've done most of my medical appointments by myself, and I really missed not having someone there with me. It isn't so bad because, as I said, I was very familiar with most of the terminology with cancer, but was really tough having a cancer diagnosis on top of a very long over 3 decades of chronic pain.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And Tom, anything else that we haven't covered today that would be an important message to leave with folks today?
Yes. I would say have hope, because there's always a brighter day tomorrow. Believe in yourself and know that you still have value no matter what you're going through or what you've been through. And really reach out, because you're not alone. There are people who are walking the same path. They may not be exactly the same path, but there are people who have been there, and just realize you're not alone.
Great. Okay, so I would like to say thank you so much for being so open with sharing your personal stories today. I am in awe of your strength and your courage and your perseverance and making it through both your pain and your cancer journey. And just, in terms of some of the common themes I'd heard today that will be important to leave with folks listening, is one, to be self-educated. So find out information on your own, seek information from maybe those who've gone through this experience before, and not always rely on one source of information, but do your homework. And find out what solutions work for you to deal with your chronic pain or your cancer diagnosis. The second thing is, one of the common themes or denominators for all of you, I think, is your resilience. Being able to overcome the trauma of a cancer diagnosis or dealing with chronic pain and how that has disrupted really your life, and finding a way to live with that and have a life despite those circumstances. And also empowerment. Being empowered to really navigate your way through the healthcare system, be your own advocate or, patient advocate, and turning that pain into passion and a purpose to do something meaningful and give back in many ways. The last thing I want to say is the importance of self-advocacy. So not only doing that for yourself, but also helping others understand and learn how to advocate for themselves and navigating through the silos of the healthcare system, and even having a dialogue with their provider and making sure that that relationship is strong and productive and healthy, and understand how to make decisions and participate in that process. So that is the last nugget of message and sharing that we have for you today. So again, I'd like to thank the For Grace Foundation for the opportunity to participate in the conference and to be part of an important discussion today. And we wish you all well and a good life.
This is Jupiter. Her previous family named her Jupiter. And we kept it because it'd be like somebody walking up to me and being like, your name is Sally now. So we thought that would be a little rude. So we kept her name. And Jupiter, come here. Do you want a treat? Come on. Jupiter is the smartest, nicest, sweetest dog with a cornucopia of behavioral issues and trauma. Jupiter, bang, bang. Good girl. Jupiter is in love with the husky that lives next door, but she's really bad with other dogs. So we walk her by in a muzzle and a thunder shirt, and she just moans at him. She's just like, oh, let me eat your face. She's got this Hannibal Lecter outfit that we walk her in because she bit another dog when we had her for a couple weeks. Sit. Good. Down. Good. She bit another dog, and I wanted to send her back to the shelter because we'd only had her for about a week when she bit the other dog. And my husband said, no, we are not giving up on this dog. You're not perfect, and I don't give up on you. And I was like, well, that's a really good point. Because he's like, remember that time you called a pharmacy tech the C word? I didn't divorce you for that. Remember the time you pet a manatee in violation of like a dozen federal and state rules? You fed a manatee romaine lettuce. Legally, you molested a manatee, and I didn't give up on you. So we didn't give up on Jupiter, and we've got her on CBD and clonidine and 3 different trainers, and we love her so much. She is such a good girl. Will you roll over? I know you want to be good. No, you don't want to roll over. That's fine. I respect your choice. Your body, your choice. What can you do? Can you be adorable? Up, sit, up, up. Okay, high five. Good girl. All right, that's what we were able to get her to do right now. She is the sweetest, nicest, smartest, most traumatized shelter pet I have ever met. She does not get along with other dogs, but when we had her boarded, we had them do a board and train with her when we had to be out of town, and they rubbed peanut butter on another dog and had her lick it off so that she could get better with other dogs. And they say it worked, and they say she made a couple friends until they tried to hump her, and then she was completely not having it. So, she just hit something on the computer and exited out, so I don't even know if I have you anymore.
Hi, I am Melissa Cady, the Challenge Doctor, and I'm a board-certified anesthesiologist and a board-certified fellowship-trained pain medicine physician. And I've been asked to discuss a topic called the challenge to move. And I feel very honored to be part of this Woman in Pain online conference. And thank you to Cynthia so much and the whole team who has been supportive throughout all this and this opportunity to share some things in perspective with you from not only my training, but also dealing with pain myself and just being really passionate about the topic. So, of course, this is all about moving. So the moving parts to this presentation involve the evolving pain science, diagnosis-centric challenges, I'll describe that a little bit when we get to that, and how to reframe pain based on the diagnosis-centric challenges and the evolving pain science, and of course, how to keep moving on with more joy. So, evolving pain science, let me just say that we are all humans trying to understand this experience, very complex experience called pain. And as humans, we've tried to define that. In 1979, we had the International Association for the Study of Pain that tried to put this into words. And the definition actually has evolved as well. So in 2020, last year, they discussed how, I guess, a little bit more detail when it came to revising that definition and how it's not just about what we call nociception or sensations. And it's really about the whole person. And there's a lot of busyness on this slide, but I just wanted to emphasize that there has really been a lot of effort to try to understand this whole pain experience because it's so complex. And so when you look at the new definition of pain, I've highlighted or put in bold these important aspects to the definition. And we all know that it's unpleasant. It's kind of by nature, when we think of pain, it is unpleasant. It's not just a sensory experience, like I discussed, nociception. You can look at the definition in detail, but essentially, it's not just about the sensory input that's being sent to the body or the brain. It's also an emotional experience. And it's associated with or resembling that associated with not just actual tissue damage, because pain is not always about damage, but it's the potential for tissue damage. And if you think of people who have had amputations, in fact, I'm going to advance to this because this is a very prominent source of trying to describe the evolving pain science. If you look at the middle book that they show the hand and there's a missing finger, just a little representation that sometimes there are people that have like an amputation of a leg. And our old way of thinking is that, well, if it's in my body, that if I'm missing that part, there's no way I could feel pain, because if I'm feeling pain in a place that doesn't have an existing body part, how is it even possible? Well, we realize that pain is constructed by so many different components. It's not just the physical sensations or the input at the nerves and the receptors. It's also the brain, the central nervous system, the spinal cord that are creating this and may sustain this pain experience despite the fact that there's no existing body part that you're perceiving pain in that body part. So you can go, I put a website there, you can dive deeper into understanding the pain phenomenon. And these are some of the books that I've read that I think are, if you're, I would say I'm a little bit of a pain nerd, but I would say that it's a very helpful if you want to dive deep. Now, there have been other people, not just me, that have tried to educate. This is a good friend of mine, actually a co-host of one of my other podcasts, and he has a site called Why We Hurt. This is a free resource. It's just discussing the complexity of pain. He likes to use a metaphor of a triangle or a pain triangle. If you look at the bottom, most people think of pain as sensations, that these are a sensory experience, but there's so much more that ties into that experience, how you interpret the sensations, what you think, your feelings. If you just look on the left side, the emotional component, you can look at fear, depression, loss, anger, maybe perceived injustice of the way the medical systems treated you. And even being in a very high distress, or maybe even from a developmental early life stressor, victimization or PTSD, a lot of adverse childhood events, all of these things can play into, even on a subconscious level, that maybe many of us aren't aware of. And on the other cognitive side, on the right side, you'll see this anxiety or our beliefs about what pain is, our expectations, maybe our belief that pain equals damage. And all of this ties into creating this bigger fire. And I'm not doing it any justice here as far as how he does this 1 hour free training, but this is another person trying to propagate better pain education, which unfortunately in our medical system, we don't have enough physicians or clinicians that understand pain from the more evolved understanding of pain science. So just to really kind of bring this to a place where it makes sense without getting overly complicated, because even that last metaphor I showed you is really a simplified, kind of oversimplified version of how complex we are as a whole being. But the nervous system is meant to protect us. So you can see a little play on words there. It's paying attention. So it's more, the sensitivity is heightened. Now, does that mean it's just the receptors, or maybe a drug that was taken that's made those receptors a little more sensitive? Or maybe it's, the thoughts or the state of your mind that you're in at that time when you're experiencing those sensory experiences. All of those are always active. Some may be more dominant, but ultimately, if you have an increased vigilance, an increased sensitivity, you're sensing danger or threat, your nervous system is out to protect you. Whether you're thinking anxiety, stress, or pain, these are all forms of protection. And I think it's a valuable way to look at how our bodies are intended to protect us, and that the nervous system is really our best friend, but sometimes is too protective. So one thing I think is really important to understand is what's called fear avoidance. And so you can see in this little diagram, it doesn't mean you have to have an injury, but at the top you see injury. It could just be something that sensitized your nervous system. Could have been some trauma that's happened to you, not necessarily you broke a leg or anything. But the experience itself and how you actually think about it, the emotions involved with it, maybe threatening information, the sense that you might have cancer, or how it's going to affect your body. All of these things can create this fear. It can create ultimately an avoidance, especially if you move your body, you think you're doing harm, which can lead to disuse or deconditioning, which we know can create more pain on top of any other sensory experiences of pain or anything else that's going on in the background. So until we get to a place where we don't fear it, we accept that this is where it's at, and we address so many different parts, which can be a journey in and of itself, then it gives us the opportunity to confront it and have some valuable skill sets, or maybe learn those things to help you recover. So diagnocentric challenges just layer on top of this complexity of pain. And this is just a term that I used in my book, Paindemic, in 2016. And my definition at the time was thinking of oneself as a diagnosis without regard for the cause of the labeled medical condition, and without effort to change the lifestyle that may lead to or worsen that condition. Let me just say, I'm not saying that people are causing their problems. I'm just saying that there are a lot of things that impact pain. So if many things impact pain, that's actually a very hopeful situation, that there's so many things that we can do to modify our overall wellness that can ultimately improve the condition that we may not be able to fully resolve, but at least make some progress in the right direction. So the reason this is so challenging is that, first of all, diagnoses can be wrong. Whether it's cancer or not cancer, sometimes they can be misleading. They don't really explain anything. They can lead to inappropriate or risky treatment, which those treatments in and of itself can lead to further pain. It can elicit fear, hopelessness, helplessness, distrust of the system. It also creates a dependence on the medical system when they don't give you the tools to help yourself, so ultimately distracts you from your own self-care. Because of this understanding of pain and these diagnocentric challenges, there is an opportunity to reframe pain when you understand pain better. So the questions we have to ask ourselves is, what does your pain mean to you? Are you anxious about it? What are your worries? How do you view your pain? Are you protecting or overprotecting? And it really just starts from within, not meaning that the things that are happening to you, or maybe the sensory experiences, or some kind of procedure that altered, or a drug that altered your sensory input. It doesn't mean that those things aren't playing in, but there is a power that you have to help modify the way the sensory information is coming in. So, and why is it important what you think? Because your behavior is directly correlated to what you're thinking and what you're believing. So this leads us into how we can move with more joy. So first of all, why do we want to move? First of all, we're human beings. We're meant to move. It's important for self-care, wellness, regardless if you have a diagnosis or if you have pain. It helps your sleep, your gut motility. It improves your mood, decreases your stress, can increase flexibility, balance, and strength, helps break that fear avoidance cycle. Believing you can change things can also help you move more on a long-term basis. and builds your confidence and helps build belief that pain truly is changeable. So I just thought this was a great representation of resiliency. I think most of us want to consider ourselves resilient. And this is a very busy slide, but essentially there's a downward spiral that we always want to recover from any kind of disability or depression. That's just kind of the survival. We need to get to the point where we can get out of this rut, so to speak, the fear, the catastrophizing, where we perseverate over the same thing and have the same unhelpful thoughts or anger, overly protective or avoiding. Trying to get out of that that's just that survival mode, just to get out from this negative spiral. What we ultimately want is to be able to have what's called sustainability or a resilience, so that our wellness, our values, all of them are in alignment and in a positive direction. So you see there acceptance, mindfulness, optimism, psychological needs are met, and all these social support aspects, things that you're hearing throughout this conference, and understand these are things we can do to help ourselves. So how we move despite having pain is to really assess our own beliefs, assess our emotions, including fear. We need to create goals that are in alignment with our values. We need to start from a safe place. Remember, everything about pain is about protection. The question of what is it within you, in your environment, your situation, your condition, what is it about those things that make you not feel safe? What can you do to help yourself feel more safe? And then we know that taking slow, deep breaths helps activate the vagus nerve, helps slow down the nervous system. It's that one thing you can reach into within you to help you be present and aware and do the things that just help you feel safe. You need to pace yourself, because everything about our bodies are adaptable. If you're starting from a place where you don't do anything, you have to recognize that. You have to pace yourself, because we understand and appreciate the body is amazingly adaptable. And sometimes we need accountability with others, or we need guidance with our thoughts or movement if we find that we can't get out of our rut, if we can't get out of that survival mode. And ultimately, we need to find joy in the smallest of things. So I always like to say, to more joy and less pain. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Pat Wetzel, and I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about the opportunity in change. Have you ever hit a bump in the road? I certainly have. In 2009, I was diagnosed with a rare and supposedly incurable lymphoma. Over the next 5 years, I went through 3 rounds of chemo, radiation, and surgery. I became intensely interested in what creates anti-cancer health. I started a website, the Anti-Cancer Club, and the website was informational. It was never meant to monetize. But in parallel, I designed a technology platform that modeled and rewarded human compassion and connection, particularly through long-term illness. I went down to Silicon Valley to see if I might round up some money for this, and I got some interest, but they needed a beta platform. So I hired a technology group to put my ideas into code. We signed contracts, I gave them all the information, and I waited. And I waited. I called and I emailed, no response. My lawyers tracked things down and found that they had taken all my intellectual property, registered it with the US Patent Office as their own, and now refused to talk to me. I was told that my only recourse was to sue them, which would take at least 3 years of my life, cost in increments of $500,000, and there's no guaranteed outcome. Intellectual property theft is rampant. I was beside myself. At this point, my hair was falling out, not from chemo, but from stress, and I was vomiting blood. So I went to see my oncologist, who readily came up with $200,000 worth of tests, and he said, I can find something wrong with you. And I left that office, and I just thought, no, I've had it. I can't deal with this anymore. I put my house up for sale. I put everything in storage, and I decided to hit the road. It was time for a road trip. And I started a blog, Cancer Road Trip. I didn't know where I would go. I didn't know what I would do. I just knew that I needed a serious reset. So I traveled. I walked beaches. I climbed easy mountains. I picked up a camera along the way, an inexpensive Nikon, and I found I got really hooked on photography. I upgraded my equipment. And everywhere I went, my camera went with me. I went to Europe, to South America, throughout North America. And I became more and more interested in the photography aspect of this. I won some awards for both writing and photography. I had a picture in a magazine. And then I had an offer to go to Africa. I'd met Christy Odom, who's a Nikon ambassador. She's one of the preeminent photographers in the world. She has work in the Smithsonian. And she asked me if I'd like to go to Africa with her, along with 2 other professional photographers. Of course, I said yes. It was such a change of pace, different cultures, some very large animals. And the picture on the left is not using a telephoto lens. Some tall creatures, some curious creatures, some very peaceful creatures, at least while they were sleeping. And along the way, it occurred to me, if I could have a road trip to heal, why couldn't others? So I put together a project where every quarter we would give 7 people an amazing bucket list trip somewhere in the world. The first trip was set for Tanzania. Think about safari, Kilimanjaro, Zanzibar. The idea was, in a documentary fashion, to capture people's stories against these amazing backdrops all around the world. And to do this every quarter so the cancer community could rally, look forward to the next trip, and say, oh, I would love to go to Machu Picchu. I think I'll apply. So everything was ready to roll. I was excited. And then COVID hit. Think back to those early days of COVID. Fear, uncertainty, but worst of all, no travel. I had no idea what I would do. Depression set in. We are talking potato chips under the covers in a room with drawn blinds depression. 3 weeks and 10 pounds later, I emerged and realized this was not getting me anywhere. I had to do something. So I looked at what I did have. I had a social media following. Perhaps I could do something with that. And what I needed to do was provide them with information to stay connected, but I couldn't travel. Maybe I could start a podcast. I'd wanted to do a podcast for a while. I thought it would be something kind of NPR-esque as we traveled the world, talking to different people, providing cultural context for our travels. But then I got to thinking, what really interests me? What can the topic of this podcast be? Because while we can travel the world virtually thanks to technology, what would we talk about? And I realized as I look back, what really interested me was how people navigate life-changing events and tough times. So I started a podcast, Bump in the Road. I had no idea what I was doing. I had to research equipment, recording platforms, distribution, marketing, editing. It was more of an endeavor than I thought, and I committed to a once a week publishing schedule. Who would come on the show? I wasn't even sure. Would anybody come on the show? I called Liz O'Riordan, one of the most inspiring people I know. She's a breast cancer surgeon in the UK. She's taken care of tens of thousands of people with breast cancer. And then one day, she got her own diagnosis. She went through treatment, but the paradigm shift from being a surgeon in charge to a patient was just horrifying for her. She wrote a book, she did a TED Talk, and she went back to work. But 2 years later, the cancer came back in her chest wall, and she went through another round of treatment. As a result, she could no longer function as a surgeon. She did not know what she would do. She was in her early 40s. She was just years out of training. She'd spent her life training for this. And now everything was ripped out from underneath her. But in writing a book, she found that her book and her story opened the door to speaking engagements. Today, she's become a fierce patient advocate. She reaches more people speaking than she ever did in the OR. Chris Dalbradine. Chris lives up in Taos and he skis. He was skiing one day when all of a sudden the mountain let loose and this massive avalanche carried him off the cliff. He broke his back and his arm. As Chris says, as I slowly recovered, I reevaluated my life. The biggest thing I came away with was that I wanted to live more fully and follow my wildest dreams. As he recovered, he got back to thinking that as a kid he had dreams of flying. So he built a motorized trike in his garage, learned to fly, and took off. And he took a camera with him. His expeditions led him from the stunning mountains of Taos in northern New Mexico into Colorado and Utah. Wildlife, rivers, and tributaries viewed from above gave him a new look at this interconnected world we inhabit. And he shares that world vision through his photography. You can check him out at Shots From Above on Instagram. Jesse Cody had a pretty big bump in the road. He was turning 40 and he was horribly depressed, suicidally depressed. And then some friends threw him a 40th birthday party, and he realized many people cared about him, but he just could not shake this depression. And he realized he needed to radically change his life, even if he wasn't sure how. So this city boy who'd lived in New York and Boston decided that he would hike the Appalachian Trail. He'd never hiked, he'd never set up a tent. The 2,200-mile trail is difficult. Only about 25% of the people who start the trip finish it. But Jesse was determined. One day after another, he put one foot after another, and he started chanting. His mantra became, "Hike the good hike." And in the outdoors, he found a peace he'd never known. Since then, Jesse has radically changed his life. He travels, picking up odd jobs, and sometimes sleeping in his truck. He meets new people and encounters new adventures. Most of all, he keeps hiking. He's now started a not-for-profit. His mission is to tie the outdoors to better mental health for all of us. Sarah Dransfield, at just 16 years old, she was diagnosed with osteosarcoma. After nearly a year of hospitalized treatment, the outlook was still grim. Chemo was not working. An amputation of her right leg was needed to stem the spread of the cancer. Where does a teenager go with a life interrupted by cancer? She'd lost a year in school, she'd lost friends, she couldn't get her prosthetic to fit properly because she was still growing. It was a really difficult period. Fast forward a few years. Sarah saw an ad for modeling in the paper. On a bit of a lark, she sent in a picture. The agency called and she said yes, which led to an audience with the Queen and a spread in Vogue Italy and a million other adventures she'd never anticipated. She's become an icon for people with disabilities, and she gives back by giving hope and inspiration to young adults who have had a similar bump in the road. And finally, Eric Weinmayer. Eric went blind when he was only 16 years old. He spent a considerable amount of time just angry, feeling the intense isolation of losing his sight and a very deep feeling of being different than the other kids. Finally, he realized I had to leave the sighted world behind. So started years of acclimating to a sightless world, but his father and brothers took him out hiking. Eric stumbled along and learned to navigate difficult terrain in a sightless world. He pondered what to do, and he decided to climb Everest. He says, "I was methodical. I trained like crazy. I planned. I developed systems to keep me safe and surrounded myself with a superlative team. Everything fit into a careful risk equation, and I was not fearless. A lot of things, in fact, scared me." Well, with planning, preparation, and teamwork, he climbed Everest. He was on the cover of Time magazine and appeared on Oprah. He starred in a film called The Weight of Water about his trip kayaking down the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. Eric lives what he calls a no barriers life. He's an incredibly inspiring corporate speaker, an author, and the founder of a not-for-profit aptly named No Barriers. Their motto? What's within you is stronger than what's in your way. Everyone I've talked about faced radical life changes. They were not fast or easy. Most of the transformations took several years to evolve. For each of these people, it meant taking chances and living with uncertainty. But that uncertainty opened new doors, and saying yes to the challenges propelled them forward. In every case, they were navigating brand new terrain, doing something they'd never done before. It forced them to build new networks, skills, and knowledge, and discover a deeper purpose. Uncertainty can open so much opportunity. Change can be so good. And we need the skills to navigate change because everyone hits a bump in the road. None of us are immune from life's detours. The question becomes, what do we do with it? Thank you for your time today.
Oh my God! So
What an
I'm
amazing
hoarse.
day we had. My God.
Yes.
Well, you're hoarse because it was so amazing. That's why.
Oh my gosh, for Grace's 10th annual Women in Pain Conference, the Pain Cancer
Connection is in the can.
It's in the books.
It's in the books.
History.
There we go.
And we have so many people to thank for this amazing day.
It
I'm
was
actually
tremendous,
lightheaded.
start to finish. All our speakers, all our panelists, all our presenters were just
Who do
amazing.
we want to start thanking?
So I'm going to start off. I'm telling you, this is very important. I'm going to start off by thanking our sponsors because it's that old cliche. If it wasn't for their generosity, none of this would have happened.
True.
So I'd like to thank the Samueli Foundation. I'd like to thank the Kelter Foundation and Boston Scientific for their very, very generous donation. It is deeply appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. And Radine Marie Cook, my gosh, your beautiful art throughout our day made it so unique and stunning and lovely. Oh, we love you. Woman in Pain sister. And your husband, Doug, went through cancer treatment last year. Dougie Bear. We're just sending so much love and gratitude to you.
Right. And I've got to thank Anna Pollock.
Woo!
The comedian and Woman in Pain, Anna Pollock, who was just absolutely phenomenal. But I think Louise Hayes kind of took it on the chin.
Rightfully so.
Just a little bit. Anyway, and of course, those fun breaks were amazing.
Yes.
Jupiter the Wonder Dog. How can we forget Jupiter? And I think hubby Ryan showed up in one of those.
He made a cameo. Loved it.
The billboard. So thank you, Anna, Ryan, and Jupiter.
And all of our wonderful speakers. Oh my gosh, we're so lucky. We're oh my gosh. Thank a special shout out to Michael Estlin, Dr. Wayne Jonas, and Dr. Keith Block for not just presenting, but also being here for live Q&A. Wow.
Yeah, they were amazing.
You guys are amazing.
And then, of course, our wonderful other speakers. It was Kristen Beasley, Dr. Susan Yancey, Dr. Melissa Cady, and, of course, Pat Wetzel. Tremendous. The program was so tremendous.
Oh my gosh. And then our experience panel, and I got to say, moderator Rhonda Smith, we love you so much, and we know you were dealing with the death in the family, and you were still just perfect and wonderful. And
man, our panelists were just super because they have lived the real life experience, and they had the wisdom and clarity to share what they had, and that was wonderful. That's Karen Smith, Donna Pinto, Henry Contreras, and Tom Norris. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your passion.
Yes, you taught us all so much from this was a real deal. And I think together we want to thank somebody.
This one we got to do together.
Why don't we thank Rich Tamayo at TVP Live?
Because if it wasn't for Rich, there's another one. This wouldn't be happening.
No,
this was our first virtual conference.
And it was really hard. And Rich put everybody at ease, including us,
right?
And taught us how to do it, and taught us that this really isn't scary and it can be done. And now we know that that's true.
Step by step, he walked us through it. Rich Tamayo.
Rich Tamayo, TVP Live.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, we love you. And our conference planning committee, my sisters in pain. My gosh, I just love you all so much. A special shout out to Heather Gray, Sister Heather. Oh my gosh, you did all of the graphics. And it was so much work, and you were always there every minute. You were there not just professionally, but for me personally, because this has been really hard. I love you. I love you, Jennifer Hughes. Jen, I need to call you right after taking this. Island Girl, we love you so much, and you were always there. Thank you. Dr. Susan Yancey, sister. Oh, my God, being there every meeting and presenting. Mindy Meyer. Oh, my gosh, I loved her before that day. I saw her at City Hall, and you said you had your hand in a sling, and you said, Cynthia, I have RSD.
That's right.
And we just, and oh my God, Dana Gamble, I love you. You were always there. Love you so much. I'm just sorry you couldn't photograph this one, but we'll be doing live again soon. Christina Breen, I owe you a phone call too. I love you. I know you went through a lot of stuff during this. You were there. And Radine Marie Cook, again, we just love you. Thank you so much. I feel so lucky to have you ladies in my life.
Yeah, and I think
functional family.
Functional family, right? And I think there's a couple others that we need to thank. And I'll tell you, the first one I'm going to thank is you, Cynthia Toussaint, founder and spokesman Up for Grace, who it was because of your experience with breast cancer last year.
Yeah, I do a lot for my work, right? Yeah,
so thankfully, you're doing much better. And
much better, yeah. Woo! Thank you, and thank you, John. Oh my gosh, we're like getting married here. So for 41 years, we just had our anniversary. We've been together, and 39 years, you have been my caregiver. And thank you I love you.
It's been all uphill.
We can pod. We can
pod together. We're going to hang out. And then our biggest thanks to our audience members who, for those who watch from start to finish, for those who just kind of came in halfway, who cares? Thank you for so much being here, watching the whole thing. Now, just remember, this broadcast will be archived at forgrace.org. So please tell your friends, your families, your coworkers, your colleagues.
Anyone you meet on the street, your cats and dogs, everyone should watch this conference.
I think everyone can watch this and get a lot out of it. So thank you so much.
Woo! Yes. So, and next year in 2022, I think it's going to happen. We're going to do trauma and how trauma leads to illness, including pain, and I'm really, really excited about that.
Right.
That's our thing.
We're
now.
Counting on it 2022. It's
going to happen.
Okay, right.
But in the meantime, just again, so much gratitude to everybody involved. There was so much work put into this conference, and so much love, and we did it together. And I'm going to cry. So.
I don't have a tissue. I'm sorry. Anyway.
So until we see you next, be safe.
Get vaccinated.
Please get vaccinated, and we will see you next year. With so much love and so much gratitude, and we're all doing it together. We love you, and I love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more gathering of tears, no more hopeless empty